Hi there. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. What's up? I'm a lot later than I meant to be today, which, like, saying, like, that I meant to be late at all is a whole different thing, but, like, I was like, oh yeah, it'll take me, like, 20 minutes to get all this done, right? It'll be late, but no later than usual, and then I was gone for, like, an hour. Not the plan. Sorry about that, everybody. Upside, we're shifting our days off around this week. I'm gonna make an announcement probably here before we start playing Nier, but, you're so late today that it's almost tomorrow for the UK. It's 40 minutes, it's 50 minutes. Yeah, it's an hour late. Yeah, no, I'm late. I'm real late. I have no apology. You arrived exactly when you decided, yeah. I was troubleshooting the OBS setup for a dear friend's sister over the phone. And she is capable of a great many things. She is a very competent person with a lot of really cool interests and skills. Technology is not one of them. So we were it was a lot. But we got it done. We got it all sorted out. And then I needed a coffee, and I didn't want to make coffee because we're out of milk in the house, so I went and got a nice coffee from downtown, and therein lies why I'm so goddamn late. Have you tried turning it on and off again? There was a bit of that. Yeah, it was one of those, like, she looked me dead in the eye through the FaceTime we were communicating over and went, that wasn't English. And I was like, yeah, okay. Fair. Buy MILF milk? Well, it's the fact that there isn't any presently. Not that I can't go get more, cat. God, come on. 9 minutes to go until Easter is over? Easter is over for me. Speaking of, I have to fucking respond to my mom. She messaged me and I didn't answer that. That's for later. Male syrup. Hey, how you doing, Blacklight? Speaking of, Blacklight. Blacklight is the one, that is visiting me this weekend. So, I'm not going to be streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but I will be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday. So, we're gonna do a stream today, we're gonna do a stream tomorrow, we're gonna do a stream on Wednesday, and then I'm not streaming until Monday again. I think Monday. Yeah, Monday. Here's the neat thing, you actually don't have to respond to your mom. Okay, so here's the complicated part. I am on speaking terms again with my brother. We were never not on speaking terms explicitly, we just didn't talk because we're both like that. But he is getting married. And I have been invited to go to the wedding, which is back in Massachusetts, where I'm from, originally, and where a whole bunch of my friends are. So I'm planning on going to the wedding. And I need to get my closure letter out to my mother before that happens, so that if there's going to be a fight, it happens when it's not my brother's wedding. So that. Is it not D&D on Wednesday? No, not for me. That's a different announcement that I have to make. Right, we just went through that. There's a lot going on right now. I am, are you going to be a bridesmaid? No. I don't know them that well. No, I have been in the groom's party for the last 3 weddings I have gone to, and I am so ready to not have responsibility for a wedding. Hi, Jim, what's up? It's good to see you. But yeah, no, I actually am not going to be, I'm withdrawing from the D&D stream. Not for any, like, specific, like, bad, like, nothing, like, bad happened. Like, we're still on, like, we're all on good terms with each other and things. I just, I want to focus my attention on some other projects. I am balancing too many things right now. and I had to start making some difficult decisions about where I was going to be spending my time, and like what specific efforts I was going to be like contributing that focus towards, and I'm just chasing some other things at the moment. I may be like, you know, we're all still like hanging out. We all still talk to each other. Like there hasn't been like any breakdown in the relationships going on there, and I think they may be doing some restructuring from what I was talking to. They may move over to more of like one shots and interesting like other things. That's a conversation to be had, I think, by them probably. But I'll probably swing back around occasionally for things. I just can't dedicate the regular time to it anymore. There are other trans streamers interested in D&D if they need new players. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like everybody, it's all good. It's cool. And it's I don't know, it's neat. Like they've got like a solid structure going on there, and I am interested to see what they do with it. But I will not be doing it personally anymore. Hope you aren't trixodecaphobic. I don't know what that means. Is that the number 13? Is that what that is? Let's see. What am I doing? I'm launching Nier Automata. That's what I'm supposed to be doing here. Well, interesting. I don't think I'm trixodecaphobic. Trixodecaphobic. Trix 3, Dex 10, phobic afraid. All right. Trix Dex phobic. Certain people get especially sanctimonious on Easter. Yeah, Easter's a big one. Actually, it was really funny. Speaking of that, I went to do brunch with Faith's family on Sunday, and her mom, who is hilarious, and this landed really well immediately after my brain cleared what was going on. She knows me pretty well at this point. We've talked a lot. She's pretty familiar with a lot of my particular brain hang-ups. So I round the corner to go say hello while she's making food, and she turns, throws her arms in the air and shouts, "He is risen!" And I fell into the sunken place. It was like, felt like Doctor Strange, like, getting his fucking soul kicked out. Like, it was like, boom. And then she just broke down laughing. It was wild. All numbers scare me aside from 6, 7. Of course. I need to get a controller. Easter passed me by with hardly even noticing it. Yeah, I actually didn't know that it was coming up until it was almost too late. Like, I completely forgot about it. Oh, there was a fit check. Right, let me just get this plugged in here so that it doesn't keep playing the, Faith's mom did that? Yeah, it was hilarious. She did it because she knew it would get a rise out of me. Like, it was an intentional, like goof.
The commanders put me in charge.
The only reason I knew it was Easter is because of work. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna bring the game up on screen in just a second. I know it's weird having it, like, in the background. I'm just gonna do the fit check real quick before we move on. Before we move on. Hi, Mark. Hi, Snowy. What's up? No. Knew it was Easter because my regular board gaming events were both canceled as people were busy. Yeah, I actually, it didn't click for me that it was Easter until I got, like, almost all the way finished with all of my streams yesterday and was like, wow, it was really slow. I guess it was just a confluence of fate. And then I went and checked, like, our plans, and it was like, Easter brunch tomorrow, and I was like, oh yeah, right. People are, like, doing things with their families and shit. I knew it was Easter, I get 4 days off. Nice. Okay. Yes, Lily, thank you. Thank you for immediately jumping into my chair the second I stood up. That was really great. I'm really glad that you did that. This is the fit today. It's not, I don't know, it's nothing crazy. It's just like the simple one. Yeah, Lily? Is that so? Wow! Such big words. So many syllables. I might end up changing into shorts later on because it's really fucking hot today. Yes, Lalandra. I know. Uh-huh. Yep. Wow. She's like, but Mom, didn't you make it warm just for me? Right. There she goes. She does it just to get attention from me now, I think. I don't know. I guess maybe not explicitly, because she does, oh yeah, meow. Oh yeah, meow. Meow. Wow, look at her go. She does still do it sometimes when I'm just like sitting on the couch or something. She'll like roll over to the fucking chair and kidnap it. It's Lily's throne. She claims the chair is hers. Yeah. Valid. Fair enough. Cat doing something to get attention? Surely not. I know. How could I levy such a heinous insult against her? It reminds me of a streamer I watch who had someone show up in chat and straight up post, IRL first name, show us your feet, and it turned out to be his GF's mom and her friend. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, Julia, you said, when you come out to Massachusetts, we need to meet up and get a drink. I will add that to the potential docket. I don't know how long I'm going to be there, and I'm going to have a lot of shit going on. But we can give it a try. You don't know me correcting you, by the way? You didn't notice it was Easter, I had to tell you? Okay, that's still noticing. Alright? That chair was promised to her 3,000 years ago? No! She likes the chair and meows. Why is she not called Chairwoman Meow? You know, that joke showed up in Psych. We've been rewatching Psych, and Sean Spencer's cat in a flashback is named Chairman Meow. And I just think that's funny that it would come up. That was like last night we saw that episode. Cats were once worshipped as gods. They have not forgotten this. Let's see, configure video. Oh yeah, Blacklight, if you're still here, I don't know, maybe you're not still here, maybe you're busy, maybe you're working or something, because you're taking time off, which means that you're probably working every hour leading up to that, but if you're still here, it's nice to know that your mother has passed her tech illiteracy down to your sister. Wild. We spent like 2 hours getting her OBS working today. It was a process. It was good though. We had to do a lot of working together because I had to learn how to operate Mac computers while also trying to do something with OBS I haven't personally done but was kind of familiar with. Look, 50-50 chance you're going to come in via Logan, so I feel like I can do the heavy lifting of meeting you at the city. That's fair. Fully understand now? Yeah, we'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can make it work. It'd be pretty cool. I also might be making 2 trips out east over the next like year, so if we don't meet up on one, we might be able to meet up on the other. There's another significant event I'm going to have to swing out in the wake of. I've gotten so used to using Adobe Illustrator on a Mac at work that anytime I have to do it on a PC, I have to relearn the keyboard shortcuts. I believe it. The famous mac and cheese computer. I haven't used Mac computers since like Mac OS X in like I don't know, like 2001, you know. The Cobra chickens are viscous if you come to Canada. China. What did you do to make them viscous? Did you put them in one of those like solutions that dissolves bones? Why do you have viscous goose? Viscosity. I'm gonna beat you up, Mark. Good luck, Ashley. I'm big and strong. I'm tall and fast, and I can climb trees real good, okay? Even if you could beat me up, you're gonna have a real devil of a time catching me. Okay. Audio check again? How's everybody feeling? Okay, but you'd like it, so you'd let me? Just because I like being beat up doesn't mean I like being beat up by everyone, okay? You've got to earn that. Canada also has the North American house hippo? Yeah, that's why we lost the War of 1812. Well, in Canada at least. We won against the British. Technically. By decision, you know, in round 6 or whatever. Don't you start guilting me, Ashley. You're the one making assumptions about my level of interest in being beat up by you. Gotta buy me a drink first, goddamn. Ah, but can you brachiate? If not, we'll just wait at the bottom of the tree. Does that mean, like... What is brachiating? I think we should just have a cookout and invite the entirety of chat just so we can watch the chase. Handed over the desert photo. Oh, this photo. I can still feel the intense heat beating down on me. Was I with someone? Okay. What is this zone here? You know what, I have to, over the course of stream, I'm going to slowly assemble my injection supplies, and then I'm going to take, like, we're going to hit an ad break or something, and I'm going to take a little, like, 3-minute break and inject my estrogen, because I'm a day late, and I shouldn't let myself be 2 days late. Swinging through trees with your arms. Oh no, I'll just throw branches at you until I've stripped the entire tree and I'm stuck on the last big one, and you're in a pile of twigs, you know? Trying to read chat instead of fighting the big robot man. I forgot that we've got missiles now. The missile launcher really changes the game on range damage, because I just don't have to think about it. I can just hold down the trigger, and we keep firing auto-locking missiles until everything's dead. Big Robo Man and his balls of destruction. Yeah, he got them Hubba Bubba Bubblegum balls of doom. The doom! Got like 3 hours of sleep last night and I was a fucking menace at work. Kept making a couple people cringe by going up to them and hitting them with the old ara ara or nya. Oh god. We're breaching containment. I feel that. I get that same level of like delusional when I haven't had enough sleep. Or is it delusional? It's a little delusional. I don't know, like the brain rot really seeps out, you know? Y'all, I had therapy today and I love my therapists. They ate such a good vibe for me. Oh, they are such a good vibe for me. That's good. I'm glad. Did you miss me? Hey, Misty, what's up? It's good to see you. Welcome back. How you doing? I could not get away with that at my workplace. Yeah, you know, different jobs have different standards for that kind of thing. Whoa! Finally.
Units 22B and 64B currently
Designated for detention.
They've come for us, idiot! Prepare to engage and inform the captain!
Got it. You're both currently wanted by command for desertion. Disengage and surrender immediately.
Shut your trap!
Uh-oh, are the Yora deserters the good guys? Oh my god, they got big, they got armored high heels? I want their outfits. Oh, the Yora armor is so sick. What? Got some fucking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance shit going on. Ow.
Hold up! The captain is ordering a retreat!
Understood!
Whoa. Where'd they go? Damn, okay. Motherfuckers. That's fine. I don't actually want to kill them. I want to kill them for my pride, you know? Because I don't want them to say that they beat me. But, I feel like plot-wise, I don't actually want those rebels dead. Oh, there's an item on top of the... Oh, there's an item on top of the fancy digging claw arm. It's like if a pizza cutter was made to pizza cut the earth. Put them after I stated I was having suicidal ideation, but not intent. Look, I'm not the kind of pet therapist that would surprise section you. That would surprise section you. Ooh, yeah, ouch. That's the clarifying that all the time. It does get a little tiring. It's like, look, I still suffer from regular, like semi-regular suicidal ideation, but I have no intent behind it. When I talk about this, please acknowledge that I fully understand that it is an involuntary. Like, you gotta have like the whole spiel ready for him, you know. Hello, how are we today? Hey, Song, I'm doing great. How about yourself? Yeah, I got started late because I am a professional. What is this? A small recovery. It's never worth it. I don't know why I ever think it's worth it. Why would it be worth it? Why would it be worth it? Why? Okay, we have our serious outfit on now. Ooh, big machine, right? Bye-bye skirt? Yeah, we gotta ditch the skirt. I just, I can't get down now until my weapons come back. Cool. Oh, I ordered a latex top this weekend, and I ordered the new camera. I did it after my after hours stream on Saturday. I ordered an Ozbot camera with remote control, one of the ones that has like auto tracking and is has remote control. I have not set up the Discord yet. I considered the achievements that I made in my progress good enough for the moment, but I will do the Discord next. It's so much work. Setting up a Discord is a lot. It's easy to just like press create a Discord, but to create a Discord that I can actually like link to one of my socials and be like, this is my official Discord for this. It's a whole other thing. I keep thinking that maybe I'll just see if I can have one of my moderators do it for me. Oh my god, should I just ask for help? Maybe I should do that. No, you can't ask for help? No, I'm glad that I had that reaffirmed. I will resume doing everything alone. No help. What do you think this is? Yeah, that's fair. Look, that Puritan work ethic gets hammered into you real deep, you know? If you let anybody help you do literally anything, you're actually going to hell. Where? More Yora betrayers. I don't think they're here.
Targets are rogue units 22B and 64B, currently designated for detention.
Damn it! I'll kill you!
Where are they? Are they down here? Dun 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 da 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 dun da 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 dun da 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 dun. Woo! Hey, what? Hi, Ashley. One sec. Also to quote myself in therapy, wait, hold on. I have to find Ashley. She's the one. Pounded deep. Ayo. Ayo. If you ever express a single need, everyone will leave you and hate you. It's true. Yeah, that's correct. You know, that is a sane life philosophy that I follow. I did it. I got the final shiny. Oh my god, King. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I love to hear that. Incredible. Oh my god. Let's see, Ashley, I did that shit to someone at work too. I was talking to someone at work on break. We were talking about clothes and I mentioned that I like skinny jeans. I like skinny jeans I was wearing because they make my butt look big. Later, when we were walking back from break, I stopped, turned to her and said, "Stop staring at my butt." She burst out laughing and said she actually did take a look. Aw, cute. My friend is in Sicily right now and has made friends with a bunch of other queers there and says he met a gal who gave very aggressive lesbian vibes, but when I questioned him how he could tell a lesbian, he could not explain it in words other than it's a style. So, to all the queers here, what are the lesbian vibes? So, that's the thing about vibes, right? You can't describe a vibe. A vibe is something you feel, you know?
Oh god, but that's also a thing with people trying to co-opt being a lesbian as an aesthetic instead of a queer identity.
Right. And, you know, it's one of those muddy social things where it does cross over. Like, the lesbians do it too, where you look at someone and go, wow, lesbian. But, like, then there's the, like, dissolving it down to a specific aesthetic is obnoxious, particularly from people who aren't part of the community, you know? But I guess, like, to answer your question more plainly, without getting all into the weeds on it, I think probably the lesbian look usually just means, from outside observers, a woman confidently pulling off some combination of, like, tomboy and alt styles that fall outside of typical assumptions of, like, mainstream femininity. But other than that, I would say the vibe is just a vibe, you know? You see someone and you talk to them, and after a little bit you just go, wow, they kind of feel like a lesbian. Like, if we you know, categorizing it too specifically kind of is self-defeating, I think. It's what it sounds like, vibes. A loose collection of heuristics from pop culture, personal experience, and stereotypes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I see it like. I think I agree, Song. But also I do vibe check people. And I have a decent track record. It really, vibes are like a collective, it's just another way to say, like, intuition or gut feeling, you know? It's all that, like, background data that your brain parses without, like, directly bringing it to the surface and, like, intentionally analyzing it. It just, like, slots things into your your presupposition slots. Hard to get it from like a picture or an outfit. That's true. I feel like a lot of vibes comes from like the way people move and talk too, you know? Like you can have two people that dress the same that give wildly different vibes based on how they carry themselves. Let's see. For example, immediately clocked a girl as lesbian for being hyper femme, pink everything, faux leather, pink shirt, said something about how she doesn't hate men, more doesn't really think about them within like 30 seconds of knowing her. Yeah, lesbian vibes. Lesbian vibes. It's gay shit. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder, but she was not presenting for the male gaze and said some deeply lesbian shit. Yeah. There's a special circle of hell for those who ask for directions. Zoom in on B2? No. I just realized where I paused the game. Women kissing other women seems to maybe fit the lesbian vibe, I think, properly. You never know. You never know. Okay. Often, but not, you know. You never know. Writing a treatise on Marxist political philosophy and practice in the 21st century. Once it's finished, how much to make you read it? You know what? When you finish it, give me a page count and we'll enter negotiations, okay? I could be interested in that. I used to say aminals. The way I see it is if someone wants to dress like a lesbian, they should expect to get head on by lesbians. Nothing wrong with it, but it should be expected in my opinion. Well, yeah, but like, what is dressing like a lesbian? You know, like that's the quest. That's kind of what the whole what is dressing like a lesbian? What's the meaning of it? Femininity. Say it 50 times fast? No. I have to start doing tongue twisters as part of my vocal training, though. I couldn't get it right at all. A feminomena. Yeah. Unknown knowns. Say that 3 times fast. Hey, Grant Paladin. Zizek is huge on this, and I loved it. I should probably read. I need to read more, like, established philosophers. I have a lot of trouble getting through, like, the way they present their information is very difficult for me to parse, but I have found myself regularly, like, retracing already, like, well-tread ground, and running into problems where, like, I just need to actually go and read some proper philosophy, you know? I get it in bits and pieces through what other people, like talk to me about when I bring things up. Yo, Mark, there's this asshole at work. I've had to send him home a few times now because he just doesn't fucking listen. Someone else is a manager in training. This manager in training also happens to be gay. And the asshole was overheard saying, I'm not listening to that F slur. Like, I swear that man is one bad day from calling me the T slur, and that's where my hands are going to fly. Report him. If you haven't already, if that person said that about, like, another superior, like a manager, absolutely. Like, I don't know. Then again, I don't know what the, I suppose I should say that's contingent on what your relationship with your superiors is, because that could end up getting you in trouble instead of them, depending on what kind of workplace environment you're in. And as I said, as I was saying, report the fucker, I realized, like, the like, social conditions you live in. He's being reported on Wednesday. That's when the GM works next. Okay, good, solid, excellent. In that case, that's what you should do, and then you should reassess once you come back from that, because that is, even if your boss, like the boss above that manager or whatever, wasn't an ally and did not give a shit about somebody dropping the F slur on a gay person, they should care about the fact that they're openly saying that they're not going to do what their manager is telling them, which I think is based under different circumstances, but in this particular case, it is going to benefit us in getting the corporate wheels to work in our favor, right? She can't read, she's a dog. Fashion is a form of communication, yeah. I still struggle saying the word synthesis. That's fair. That's a weird one. I learned my shitty coworker says transphobic things behind my back, but it's okay. I say worse things about her. We love being catty. He's eclectic as fuck, and somebody sometimes just drops things and expects you to know it. Yeah, that's kind of like, that's what a lot of the issues that I have is, you know. I am a lesbian is a thing that can be communicated through fashion. It is, you know. What it actually looks like depends on the cultural context. That's true. I would say that, yeah, I think that's a good point. Much like passing, what looking like a lesbian is depends entirely on where you're trying to look like a lesbian. Hoping the way I dress gets across, I want to slam. And welcome to the jam. Sublime objective ideology was supposed to be an introduction to Lacan and Hegel, in his words. That shit is not introductory. Yeah, I need to get like a thing, just like to tap on the sign, like the XKCD, like even when trying to account or to simplify, experts wildly overestimate the layman's understanding of their fields. Nier Automata? Gotta get some of that on my pasta. She 100% cares. She almost fired someone when I told her some problematic comments that someone made towards me. Low-key wish she did, but she's an ally. Okay, all right. In that case, yeah, definitely just send it up the chain. Trying to give hot dad vibes? Fuck yeah. Love that. Love hot dad vibes. My mama raised us to be petty. Damn, I caught up. All right, sweet. Oh! All right. Oh. This S unit is fucking kicking my ass, dude. The B unit, I'm fine, but... Oh, right. B is for battle. S is for, what was it, surveyor? That's why they're S and B. I remember that now. For a second, I thought that it was based on like the... Whoa, hey! Why didn't you get finisher attacked, jerk? Not fair. I'm just like letting myself face tank all these hits. I really do not see the tells I'm supposed to see for when they're attacking. Like, I think that this is the problem that I'm having fighting the Yora soldiers, is like, I generate so many particle effects that it's really hard for me to track when my enemy is actually attacking. Or what the timing is on their attacks. My girlfriend, hey Camacho, how you doing? Oh! Oh man, I am gonna beat them. I'm gonna kill both of them and I'm gonna feel real bad about it.
22B! Damn it! Damn you to hell!
Joke's on you, idiots. You didn't know that I had a bunch of recoveries.
22B. 64B. What the hell?
Alert. Target is former Yorha Captain 8B, currently wanted for desertion. Proposal. Disable and detain at once.
You did this!
Please, you have to stop fighting.
Shut up! You don't know anything!
Analysis. Unit 8B specializes in close quarters combat. Proposal. Destroy enemy with long-range attacks.
Destroy. What happened to Detain?
Yeah, what did happen to Detain? What do we got? Steven Camacho wants to be my boyfriend right now? Steven Camacho is going to have to get in line. Or break out the paycheck. Payslip? Pocketbook? I think that would be it. I dressed like a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant dad in New England in 1982. That's the aesthetic I tend to go for. Honestly, iconic. Alright, I'll do the stretch as soon as I get this fight done. Did I miss any other redeems? No. I've caught up to everybody. Unless I'm going for a cunty outfit, in which case people read me as a political extremist of undetermined ideology. Hell yeah. I lost my fucking worn out Carhartt jacket with all my pins and my like spray painted Crush Ice on the back. I'm real bummed about it. I don't know where I probably just left it on like a chair in a restaurant or something. It's fucking heartbreaking because it had a whole bunch of pins collected from a bunch of my different stays in different like states and stuff. Bag of gold coins? Yes, a bag of gold coins would do it. You going to a Ren Fair Sunday? Hell yeah, Parker. I was gonna ask which one, but you probably shouldn't. You don't need to answer that. Man, I feel like the like special attacks just don't land half the time. There we go. Where'd she go? Wow, no, see? What? Damn. You obtained a weapon. Type 4-0 Lance.
Mission complete.
This one didn't feel good.
Killed them. Our fellow units. Why the hell did they steal from the Resistance in the first place? You think Anemone might know something, 2B?
Let's find out.
Alright. Well, that didn't feel great. Weapons. What's this? Light 4, heavy 1, type 4-0 Lance. So, how do I, like this? Alright, that feels pretty rad, actually. Maybe we'll hang on to this. I love a spear. Big fan of a spear. Mark, can I repost a question you missed? Yeah, hold on, wait, I think I can just scroll up, one sec. I think I saw it earlier. Say, Mark, I'm kind of curious, since you're so eloquent all the time, when was the last time you were genuinely flabbergasted or scandalized by something I saw in chat? I mean, I guess that probably, like, that depends on, like, the kind of, also, thank you. That's, God. The nice little compliment you buried in there. But, do you mean, like, stunned or horrified? Because I've had that happen before. Like, there's like, there are definitely times where I see something and I immediately go into, like, okay, I need to do, like, it's like moderator mode, you know? Where I'm going through and, like, picking through things, you know, when a transphobe or, like, somebody who's showing up just to, like, stir up shit rolls in. And sometimes, you know, I like to play with my food on that, and sometimes I just remove them immediately. Stunned, horrified, aghast, absolutely speechless. You're just a generally unflappable person? Oh, well, thank you. I don't know. I would say like when those we got like hate rated during the subathon. That locked me up for a little bit. Like I think I managed it pretty okay. Like I kept like a pretty cool head about it, but it definitely like it stopped me from like engaging in any kind of interesting way, and like I wasn't talking very much for like 15 minutes afterwards while I like rebooted and recovered. I don't run across things in chat that have that like really like hard stop me. Yeah, I guess Squinty's comments about hand holding, that's up there. The only time I've ever seen her fully speechless was when someone dropped a hundo during the first subathon. That's right, yes, where we got Where was it? That's where this emote came from. Mark loves to hold hands. I don't know. I have a really big advantage when we're talking about like my Twitch chat, because if anything makes me too uncomfortable, I can just banish the person who said it to the Shadow Realm, you know? I can just unmake them like fucking Dr. Manhattan. Like, I have absolute power here. So it's really easy to maintain that sort of like illusion of unflappability, because you can just like blow somebody up, and then they're gone. Yeah, like snap them like with the Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah. So that gives you a lot of like emotional armor, I guess. You know, like as long as you keep it in the back of your mind. Like, I guess that's really the thing, is like you have to like you internalize the fact that while you are live, like while like this is like a performance, you know. So I kind of treat any really outrageous thing that I see as if I was like on stage in a theater and somebody stood up in the middle of a show and started like shouting. It's like, wow, weird move, guy, and then just like continue on, you know, like we're doing a show, there's a performance going on. If somebody steps out like too far outside of that, it just sort of registers as like, oh, they're not participating in the contract anymore, and we just like shoot them out of a cannon, you know. Security, remove this freak, you know. Which is entirely different than if you're like walking down the street and somebody walks up to you while you're alone and starts shouting at you in your face, you know. I get flustered, flabbergasted, and shut down a lot easier out in meat space. I'm still pretty good at like I'm pretty all right at like managing conflict for the most part. Once it's unavoidable. I'm a very avoidant person when it comes to conflict. I will usually just go, yeah, all right, cool, and just like go about my day, just because like there's a lot to unpack there. I have a few different reasons, but yeah, guards, seize him. Yeah. Like Merc, I don't flap. Like Merc, I don't flap. I tried it once, but quit when I didn't fly. And sometimes you just gotta flap for the exercise and the style points, you know? Merc signals the snipers. I keep my armor on, show you how strong I am. If you don't behave, she makes you spontaneously combust. Yeah, it really is crazy. It's a lot easier to stay composed when you have absolute power over whether the other person is allowed to talk or not. You know? Like, that's... like, that really is what it is. Like whenever we're having a conversation, like, I try to be as, like, lenient with it as possible, because I like to hear a lot of other perspectives. I like to be contradicted or contrasted on things, but it's really easy to just make a space where everybody agrees with you all the time when you have like full power over it. Especially when you have a team of people that are on your side who you can just say like, hey, if anybody says these words, annihilate them. I confess I sometimes am watching streams and I'm tempted to say some outrageous bullshit for no other reason than to provoke a reaction, but I never wanted it to be at the expense of the person streaming. I always want people to be having fun, and if I'm making people uncomfortable, it just makes me feel bad. That's fair. I think, and this is we're gonna, hold on. You know what? We're gonna do a little yapping here. Just, we're gonna yap for a sec. So, something about, this is a personal philosophy on performance, so this isn't necessarily like, you know, obviously, like any other take you're going to get from me, this isn't like universally applicable, but at least how I approach it, for the most part, and how I think that you probably should generally approach things, like my school of thought on it. When you are a performer of any kind, but especially one where you're directly interacting with a live audience, especially on the internet, you need to be prepared to be uncomfortable, you know? Like, you, I feel like engaging with discomfort is kind of like, or knowing how to, is kind of a really important part of having a presence, and that's not universal. There are plenty of streamers that are very like more like comfy, cozy, like, you know, very specific cultivated vibe, and that's like a much more curated experience. But if you're kind of doing like the general variety thing, just sort of like open forum talking to people as they come in and go out, like a willingness to engage with and grapple with like uncomfortable ideas and situations, I think is just like a part of the skill set that you need to have. Because eventually it's going to happen, even if you get super lucky with like the kind of people that are interested in your content in general, like I feel I have broadly. I have been wildly fortunate in that most of the people who seem to like me and the stuff that I do are pretty cool people, and that rules. There's only so much you can do to influence that. Like sometimes it's just the vibe you give off. And you know, we try to direct it where we can, but no, I don't know. I guess I think like needing to just develop that kind of like ability to minimize how easy you are to fluster or flabbergast is kind of important. Because like you want to be in control of when you're outraged, right? Like there's a measure of performance to it. Obviously, like you still experience all of the emotions live, but you have to have that little switch, that one little filter point where you have that split-second decision where you have to go, is this a part where I let my genuine like reaction show, or do I maintain like pure streamer persona here? It's kind of like comedians, like live show comedians, how they a lot of times will have things that seem like they're improvising on the spot or making it up or doing like fumbling around with their words, but it's all like scripted. That's not to say streaming is scripted, but like when you react outrageously to things, a lot of times there's like control over it. You know, I don't want to have that reaction over the wrong kind of thing. So there's that little bit of like inward examination where you have to like figure out when you're allowed to have like the crazy reactions, when it's better to keep yourself calm, like when you make it seem like something is completely not bothering you, because that's the best way to get people who are bothering you to go away, you know? Stuff like that. You know, when you have an outrageous reaction, like impulsive reaction to something, and it will be funny or it will be like a good time, you'll let it out. And when it's not, you just kind of keep it under control, you know? It's a skill set. I've noticed that one of my regular haunts on this website has really grown less comfortable with banter and has become less willing to grapple with any kind of discomfort, to the point where a guy was banned for an April Fool's joke. Not an offensive joke, like a SpongeBob level pun. I've been hanging out there less because I feel a little disturbed at grown men and women shielding themselves to such a degree. I think that I agree. I think I agree with what you mean, or with what you're getting at there. Like, that's kind of an intentional choice you have to make, right? Like, you do have to cultivate an ego to survive, like for your headspace to survive, like being a figure on the internet, even if it's just as like, even before the point that I am not huge by any metric, but I'm doing pretty all right, you know, like I've made it to like like so much farther than I ever expected that I would have, and it's like it feels awesome every time I get to like look back at all that progress. But even when it's just like, you know, when you've got like 10, 12 people showing up regularly, like it's really easy to let yourself become a like a gestalt of other people's opinions if you aren't willing to like really push back on them. But in that same sort of so you have to like kind of be a little arrogant about, I'm going to snooze this ad real quick. You have to be a little arrogant about like being willing to stick to your takes, you know? At least to a certain extent. You have to be willing to push back. You have to be willing to have like some uncomfortable conversations or arguments, even over like little itty bitty bullshit stuff, like what kind of video games you like or something, you know? Because if you just try to be like really agreeable and friendly all the time, you risk becoming nothing in service of being completely inoffensive to everyone, you know? You're very skilled, Captain. Thank you. I also talk shit with my comments, but I try to match it with how well I'm familiar with the streamer. Yeah, well, that's another thing, you know, like, somebody who's, like, been around a lot more and has more of a rapport is going to be able to get away with saying more outrageous shit than somebody who just rolled in. Here's a super innocuous example of it from my perspective. If I see a first-time chatter come in and include dude or man as a term of address, even casually, I'm immediately suspicious and right on the edge of banning them because it's generally an intentional provocation, but not always. If somebody that I know who just has that as a method of gender-neutral communication, like I use dude for everybody. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, if you ever call me dude, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. But I understand that, like, in different dialects of English don't see that in the same way, you know? And people who are trying to hurt you will hide in the folds of that nuance. And so somebody who's been around for a little bit, not going to bother me. Obviously not intentional. Somebody who shows up immediately and uses those terms of address, it's like, okay, well, you're on the radar now. I'm watching you. What have we got here? Also, since you didn't ask, here's the theory on ideology as told through a joke about toilets. In German toilets, there's a small plate where the shit goes on for you to inspect it before you flush. In English toilets, there's water floating in the bowl as to dampen the smell but still allow you to inspect. And in French toilets, the hole opens up immediately and swallows the shit up. Here, ideology is at play in German, poetic metaphysics, in English, practical compromise, and in French, revolutionary fervor. Wow! Okay. Nice. I hate that it makes sense, I think, is what I'm going to say to that. I don't like that I understand what you just said. I would like to understand it. I would like to durstand. Reminds me of those places where you get banned for using other people's emotes. That's wild to me. It's crazy. My thoughts on this medium of content has grown over the years, and I think that streaming is truly a developing visual art form. One day maybe we'll have multi-billion-dollar streaming studios that develop talent like TV studios in the past. I think in 50 years, people on the level of like Hassan and Destiny or whatever might be considered problematic early superstars like Lillian Gish for the silent film era or Alec Guinness for the 40s to 80s. I think that's really likely. I had my my new media bubble shattered by who was it? One of the, oh god, I don't remember her username, but brought up that, like, a lot of, like, worldwide, a not insignificant number of people's first experience with a trans person was hearing about Ava Tyson from the Mr. Beast channel because of, like, how prolific YouTube, like, the most popular YouTubers are so much more prolific than even, like Hollywood films or anything, like, outside of like American, like specifically American cultural spheres. And I think there's probably a lot of that with streamers as well. I mean, I know that I have a not insignificant like international audience, or percentage of my audience. And I really do agree. I think I approaching streaming as a, I don't know, like a serious art and communication form, has definitely been like part of why it's so interesting to me. And it's, you already have like big like industry streaming companies like HoloLive with VTubers, you know, where they have like, they hire talent. They hire actors to fill the roles of streamers that they then market and like expand. Like we are already seeing the industrialization of streaming. Reminds me of those places where you get, oh no, okay, I already read that. Cackling at I would like to durstand. I'm glad. Also, Mork, if it's okay with you, can I DM you after stream about a favor to ask? A little mutual aid oriented thing? I can't promise that I can do it, but you can send me the message, absolutely, yeah. Send me the message. It's actually that exact conversation about Mr. Beast that provoked me to ask you this question. I've never seen you so lost for words before, but it makes sense. Yeah, I think that is a good example. Yeah, that really, like, sometimes, and this is a side effect of, like, being willing to re-evaluate and re-examine your worldview, is sometimes you run up against something and you check it against the sources that you have, the reasons, like the pillars of your worldview before. And it's not like, I'm not even saying like your whole ideology or something, but like a facet, a fixture of how you view the world, you know? You run up against something that just so completely contradicts it that in that moment, like, the way you perceive reality changes. And that can be pretty shocking. And that's, you know, what happened there. I was like, because I'm not that keyed in on Mr. Beast reach, you know. He showed up in an episode of Love, Death, and Robots, and I was mad about it. I was like, great, this guy again. And I guess, like, from the perspective of somebody who, like, already had a YouTube algorithm before Mr. Beast started, like, posting anything, and who has intentionally avoided him up to that point, I was able to completely ignore how influential, like, a major creator was. And that was, like, it was one of those things, like, when you, It kind of felt like walking into a room and being like, oh yeah, so I was listening to a Lady Gaga song yesterday, and somebody just looking me dead in the eye and going, what? Who? I don't... And it's like, okay, yeah, I kind of just assumed that everybody had at least heard the name, but no, fair enough, I suppose. The world's really big. I was coming back from Spain on a school trip years ago, and we stopped at some French toilets just before we got onto the ferry, and they were just open rooms with 4 holes in the ground. No bog roll even. I'd been eating a shit for at least an hour beforehand, and had to wait another 3 hours till we got back into England and got home. Damn, okay. Hey, lovely. Hey, Emma, what's up? What's been your favorite part of Nier, by the way? I've been lurking and watching it lately, and it's solidified my interest more. Nier is, speaking of, I think I can probably get back into actually playing Nier. My favorite part of Nier, I don't know. I probably going to be this is gonna sound like a cheating answer for like the vaguest second, but it is the intersection of its existentialism and horniness. Like, that really gets me. I love that shit. Porn that makes you think is one of my favorite genres. I personally produce it to a certain extent, you know? I love that. It's one of my favorite kinds of content in general. And so having the like existential philosophy overlaid with the fact that you can self-destruct and blow up your skirt so you can look at your character's ass better, like, that's my shit. That's my joint. That's what I'm here for. Opens game back up to booty shot. My favorite part of Nier. Yeah. Here's another thing I'm looking at. The original German of Marx's The German Ideology translates, insert German gibberish here, as communism is the real movement which abolishes the present state of things, but abolishes the terrible translation because Alphabet is sublate, which has no good translation in English, but the Hegel scholars use sublate because it prompts investigation. Investigation into what exactly, into what is meant exactly by Offberg or sublate. That's a lot. I understand what you're saying, but man, this is part of why I want to learn. I want to learn another language. But I don't have the project time to dedicate myself to it. And even then, I'm torn between whether I want to learn German or Japanese, which I have, you know, personal reasons for both. One is professional and cultural. The other is like family history and cultural. So a lot of Marxists go around shouting about capitalism, like, yes, but it is not pure negation. Right. Get yourself a Japanese philosophy degree. If I can learn Spanish and German, I'd be happy. That'd be a pretty cool one. Cool set. And it means to go through in my reading. I have an urge to issue a challenge. Oh no. Oh no, a challenge. Affirm this chatter? Is that the challenge? Just affirm you? Do you think I have that low of an opinion of you? Is that... No, Brother Nature, I like you. I feel like we both frustrate each other at times, like fairly regularly, but I like having somebody who, even if I disagree in a lot of ways, is capable of articulating why they disagree with me. And you bring up points or angles that I need to like reanalyze, you know? I like having that uniqueness of like perspective without needing to put up with people who are completely insufferable. I like having you around, you know? Even if we get into fights fairly regularly. Also, you've got good taste in video games, so you know we can throw that in on top of all that. That went better than I expected. Not gonna lie, like I've told you this before, but genuinely, the way you see my opinion of you is way less favorable than the opinion I actually hold of you. Yeah, having somebody you can respectfully challenge you is a rare gift. Yeah, even if I still disagree with you at the end, you know, I would rather have, you know, I want to have people around who are like willing to contradict me. That goes back to that whole, like that discussion we were having earlier, where like, I genuinely find it like valuable and good and healthy to engage with people that you are not in like 100% agreement with all the time. Otherwise, you just kind of end up, oh my God, he's got a little head. He's got a little head down there. There's a little man in there. What the fuck? Why you got a man up your ass, robot? That's a whole ass dude. Why? Anyway, yeah. Dissent is important, you know? I subscribe to an ideology of, optimistic antagonism with authority, and I feel like it would be hypocritical to then go and crush every bit of like opposition or dissent in my own community, you know? It's healthy to be criticized. I don't shame the robots for their reproductive proclivities or sexual proclivities. That's valid. Waits for someone to respond, no it isn't, to dissent is important. That's it, to the Shadow Realm. Disassemble them. Speaking of somebody with BP2 like yourself, I'll warn you that memory loss also affects learned languages. I used to be conversationally fluent and literate in Mandarin, but a couple years of severe depression stole it all. Make sure you study continuously so you don't lose it when you eventually get around to learning a new language. That's been part of the problem for me. I've gone through the intro stages of learning a language like 3 times. Both, I have gone through like learning basic German and Japanese each on like 2 different occasions and had to completely relearn it after falling out of practice. And like, yeah, the memory issues are not super great for trying to learn another language. It's hard enough trying to keep a grip on the English language, which is why I'm specifically like want to pick languages that I would have cause to continually use and practice. Which is like those 2, and then like, I don't know, Spanish if I wanted like pure utility in my day-to-day life rather than in like professional or academic circumstances. Let's see. I can use my ASL to say my most common phrases most times. Sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, coming to your town. Sex robot, sex robot. Aw. Aw. Where am I going? I have highlighted areas that I can go to. Gonna learn Mandarin for Century of Chinese Prosperity. I thought about learning Mandarin because, like, there are a lot of good reasons to learn Mandarin, and it would be really cool to be able to communicate with the average people of, you know, the average citizen of the largest geopolitical rival of the imperial country that I live in. I think that would be neat. That would be pretty cool, you know? I could probably go and hang out on Red Note more if I did that. But I just don't think that I am good enough at keeping up with, like, academic study to learn Mandarin. That language baffles me so distinctly. It is fucking different. Tonal languages are... It's hard to run that software on my hardware. I'm going to, I guess that's the best way to put it. Let's see. Next time you're in a fight, whenever, oh, hold on. I will learn another language at some point. I tried French in high school and all I remember is calculatrice? Simply learn all the languages. That's so true. You learned conversational Mandarin. I was born in China and lived there for 5 years and I'm still barely functional in it. Damn, illiterate in it, by the way. Holy shit. Yeah, no, fair. No, it's hard. It's hard. I have one friend who is like, lived in China for 2 years, teaching English, and has like, kind of like bare bones functional, conversational knowledge of the language. Like, can get around and communicate ideas, you know? And it is fucking, it is a crunchy language to my brain, at least. Intuition gets me a long way. Remembering the time I was driving in Germany with a supposedly German-speaking passenger, I asked what PKW meant on a road sign. They had no idea. Me. Might be the German equivalent of passenger and light goods vehicles. Them. Probably, yeah. What would that be, like Panzerkampfwagen, right? No. No, passenger, no, see, I'm thinking of tanks. I'm thinking of tank names. Passenger something wagon. No, yeah, I see what you mean. Fun fact, modern Chinese people don't rely as much on tone. Oh, well that is a cool fun fact. That's good to know. Maybe I'll have a chance. More so based on context? Oh. So you have a better chance now of becoming conversational. Ha 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 ha! I remember going through, not even like learning the basics, but literally watching children's TV shows as a child that were meant to teach the fundamental, like most core fundamentals of Chinese to children. That stressed me out when I was a kid. I know someone who hopes to move to China eventually who is surprisingly, to me, good at Mandarin as a third language. Oh, probably gonna be helpful then, yeah. I used to be conversational, lost it though because my parents focused on me learning English. Oh, that's so unfortunate. So much of me wishes that I had learned or had been taught a second language while I was a kid, because you're like so much better at learning language when you're a child. I learned that sign language in some countries, that means asshole. Thumbs up can mean something bad too. So if you're ever going scuba diving, make sure to know you're not insulting the instructor. Fair. Panzerkampf wagon is like war tank car. Yeah, that's why I immediately like retracted it because I recognized that I was just that's like what scout cars, like German scout cars, are called, I believe. Fun fact in case you didn't know, you know how old people occasionally say they're going to the crapper? Crapper was an early brand of fancy style porcelain toilet that's now the standard. I don't know if that is, that sounds like an urban legend. I can understand a little spoken Japanese, can understand some written and spoken Spanish, but that's about it. The language I am most familiar with that is not English is Japanese, and it is because I am a weeb. That's it. Because I have echolalia. So if I like the way a word sounds, even if I don't understand what it is, I'll just start mimicking it, and then I learn what it is because every time it shows up, especially if there's a voice actor that I like that says it in a particular way that I like, I'll say it again, and I just mimic back a whole bunch of words at the show I'm watching until I like discern what the general definition is from when it shows up and the same subtitles show up enough, you know? Ohio, Anichan. Otherwise known as Ohio, brother. Affirm this chatter, me next? Oh, man. Okay. All right. Song. Similarly. I do like the conversations that we have where we have, you know, differing views on things. Although we do tend to be a little bit more, what would you call it? A little bit more aligned on our methods and perspectives. But I've really enjoyed hearing your like even when I don't fully parse them, I really like the like combination of like philosophical takes and thirsting, you know, that you bring to the table. It's very, again, like I was talking about with Nier Automata, one of my favorite things. I love that blend of attributes. You know, you haven't been around for like super long yet, but I've really enjoyed having you in chat and the conversations that we have when you are here. And I hope that you stick around. It's been pretty cool. Accidentally backspaced right after streamer rated, and I feel like I'm supposed to see what I'm accidentally backspaced right after a streamer rated, and I feel like I'm not supposed to see what I'm currently seeing. Oh, because they haven't ended their stream yet? That's so funny. Ow, worms. What am I doing here? I need to like, I've just like fully been reading chat and not actually playing this game. I did in many such cases. Where the fuck, what is this? Machine examination 2. Okay, so I have to blow these machines up. I think probably Gatling is going to be the better option here. This Iron Giant looking motherfucker with his... Oh wait, no, the worm is the one that's... It's a gun worm instead of a drill worm? Weird, I wonder if I can beat that one up. Do a little beat up bully move. Is this the machine examination piece? Yes. That's a pristine screw. We can get out of here. I hate these worms. I hate these worms. Oh boy, what did we miss? Wait, what did I miss about the grapefruit is not a toad? That's pinned. When did that happen? Let's see. Thing not often appreciated, crap was already a term of feces before Thomas Crapper invented his flush toilet. It was a wild coincidence. Really fascinating. I lived in Japan for 2 years, still never learned the language. It can be language is hard, you know. I can understand a little spoken Japanese, can understand some written and spoken Spanish, but that's about it. Took Spanish in high school, but picked up the Japanese I know from subbed Japanese anime and other media. Yep, that's where I get it from. Worked with a guy years ago that learned German because he liked Rammstein. Honestly, fine, fair. I don't think you get to use words like ontological on stream and then complain about others' lexicons. Wait, do I do that? I don't think I do that. Do I complain about other streamers' lexicons? Are we even talking about me? We should be if we're not. You go to a hospital that has an ontology department, you should be worried. I hated languages at school, was never good at them. However, when I got to upper school, I did really well in the lessons. I could always respond to the teacher and was able to count to over 100 in French. However, when it came to the exam, I froze up and couldn't understand a word. Forgot everything. I think I only did well because the teacher was so goddamn fucking hot. Hey, it works, you know? People pay attention if the person instructing them is attractive. Not always. Sometimes it does take away from the situation. For a specific audience, it helps. For others, it detracts, you know? Julia, you want a little art? There. Art! I feel like I'm losing my art! Yeah? Okay, we're good. The root of both words is the same. Ontological relates to ontology. CRJ beat you to it? Oh. I know what ontology is, but then I know a lot of words I don't usually use on fanboy streams. Sure. See, I show up to be the like reclusive, self-studied, not actually educated armchair philosopher, trans femme streamer that picks up the you know, I go and hang out in like the femboy circles, and it's a whole lot of like purring and barking at each other, and I'm like, yeah, I can do that too. I can do that. I can totally do that, but like were we no? Okay, you're bullying me for my big words. That's fair. Understandable, actually. You are cooler than me. Like I'm a fucking nerd. Good evening, Scott. How you doing? One thing I've been curious about is the feel of the combat. What's your impressions of it? It's kind of like a less complicated version of Devil May Cry. Nier is one of those games that is like 7 different games crammed into one game. And it doesn't do any of those individual games better than video games that focus on those things, but the fact that it has all of them and they all apply, or they all like impose like different feelings at different times, makes it work. It's got that Gestalt vibe to it. Like, if you took like just the combat from Nier, it wouldn't be as good as like Devil May Cry or a like a God of War or something like that. If you took you know, just the aesthetic of Nier, it would be cool, but probably wouldn't land as hard as when you've got the you know, really kind of heady writing and flashy combat styles and things. I think none of the individual components of Nier are, at least at this point, you know, when it originally came out, it might have stood out a little bit more, but I mean, the Devil May Cry games were out and about, so I still wouldn't call the combat anything particularly outstanding by that, like, metric. But, Yeah, or like Bayonetta. You know, Bayonetta's got better combat than Nier, but like Nier does the combat style well still, and it is in service to other things that it is doing. So I think Nier really thrives in the intersection between its different mechanics and systems and writing. Are we even talking about me? We should be if we're not. Thanks. I'm glad you liked that. I know Baka. All right. Oh my god, you're still alive. Why? I just want to save. Oh, did I just like shoot off in a random direction? I think I did. I would love it if you came back. Okay, and I'm all out of small recoveries now, which is fine. I was kind of trying to get rid of all of my small recoveries. It's not like I wanted them anyway, Baka. Alright. Really like this spear. I've got to upgrade it. All the enemies in this game are giant booty beads or trash cans of varying sizes with legs. Yeah, and it kind of rules, actually. I had a very pretty Mandarin teacher, but my classes were so racist towards her that I couldn't even thirst after her. I just felt bad. Oh, no. I tried to help her when I could, but a 12-year-old me really didn't know how to shut down bullies, especially since I'm 90% sure the bully was mentally challenged in some way. He seemed incapable of feeling any kind of shame for his outwardly racist shenanigans. That could just be conditioning. Or it could be a little bit of both, you know? That sucks, though, and was not your responsibility as a 12-year-old to handle. Just an unfortunate situation. Is that why you're so popular, Mark? Because you're so hot? Look, I would be lying if I said that it didn't play a factor, you know? It's impossible to be particularly a trans person on the internet and not be like deeply aware of how your like physical perception, the other people's perception of how you look affects whether or not like anybody's willing to pay attention to you. We live in a deeply troubled society that really, like, even a lot of people who don't mean to assign a lot more and this happens with cis people as well, but it's really exaggerated with trans people, is a lot of people unintentionally or intentionally take you less seriously if they don't think you're attractive. Not even like they don't have to specifically be attracted to you, but like if they look at you and assign you as like unattractive, you have like a higher hill to climb to be listened to, you know? I know that was a really serious answer to a silly like compliment question, like rhetorical question, but that's what you come here for, right? Who needs Camus when you have trans girl streamer? Yeah, you know, I'm the budget. You know, I'm the DIY HRT of internet philosophy. All I did during my bachelor's was drink booze and write essays the day before. Fair. Naruka-chan tomo atamai. I don't know. I don't know what it means. Mark is a girl of many talents. Yeah, and none of them particularly well refined. Much like Nier Automata, I am best when my talents intersect with each other rather than have to stand on their own. I am not the best at anything, but I think I'm pretty okay at crossing over the things that I do have to make something more interesting, you know? They assigned me shit like Descartes and fucking contemporary Cartesians for 4 different classes. I said, fuck that shit, I'm reading Zizek. I feel like I want fair, like read what you want to read. But I'm trying really hard to motivate myself to go and read philosophy from people that I generally think that I don't agree with. Because, like, man, that stuff's rough. Let's see. Kicking arse and taking names later tonight? Later tonight? What do you mean? What do you mean later tonight? What did I do? Are we not doing that tonight? Today? What do we mean? What do we mean? What do we mean? Wait. Oh, shoot. Do I have something scheduled that I forgot about? Oh god, I hope not. Maybe not. Maybe this is a coincidence. I'm going to move on and pretend that I didn't just have an anxiety moment there. In second year it got bad, I would bring vodka in a water bottle and sip. Sounds like me working at Subway. Is Bayonetta worth playing? I think Bayonetta fucking rules. Personally. I've only played the first one. I want to play the second one. I've heard they made her straight in the third game, and that it plays a lot differently than the other two. So I haven't messed around with it much, but I love Bayonetta 1. I haven't played Bayonetta 2, but I've heard it's really good. Bayonetta 3 I've heard mixed things about. Wait, I was made to study literature in school by a teacher who took absolutely zero time to clue us in on the socio-political context. No! Oh my god. History, like history and philosophy, when you remove it from like an understanding of what was going on at the time, is almost worse than useless, I think. It's one of those like if you just extract like a conversation or like a statement and like blanket apply it to something that you're like engaging with right now and you don't understand the context in which it was said, like it can radically change like the meaning so much. Like it really bugs me with history because like history is not objective, you know? Like it is impossible for historian like anybody studying history, but like even historians, to like know something for a concrete 100% fact. History is interpretation of echoes, you know? Like it's narrowing in on the shape of an event based on the accounts and like physical evidence that you can dredge up on that event. And it's why you can have two historians that like look at the same information and the pull from the same pools of sources and come to different conclusions, because the job of a historian is to interpret that data into a narrative. And it makes like talking about history really difficult if you're talking about history with people who are very dogmatic about it. And it's something that's really easy to slip into too, you know? I think one of my favorite like obvious examples that probably won't ruffle any feathers bringing up is talking about the like Roman Emperor Caligula. Is like most of what we know about Caligula, who is like known for being an insane like lunatic who did all these absolutely batshit things that were just outrageous all the time and then died of syphilis or whatever. I don't remember how Caligula died. All written by Caligula's political opponents in a time period when it was well known and established that if you got the chance to, you slandered the shit out of your political opponent, especially if they were dead, to make it look like you were always the cool one. I think the enemies kind of fit the aesthetic of the world too in its context. I agree. No, I really like the vibes. Mark, woof, 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 ontological, woof, 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 woof. You accused someone of using jargon last stream and expressed bafflement at some of the big things people have been saying today. CRJ, saying that something is jargon is not an accusation, it's a statement. Jargon is not implicitly bad. If you, like jargon is functionally shorthand. when you're communicating among people who already understand what you're saying. But if you are trying to explain something to someone who doesn't understand, then saying, I think a lot of that was jargon, is not me saying, how dare you, none of that means anything. It's functionally, hey, I don't understand what this is. You need to break it down into smaller pieces. You know, jargon is not inherently a problem. It's functionally just another name for like internal language or code. You know, and not in like a intentionally obfuscating way, but because jargon can be more specific if you already have the baseline understanding. When I say I don't understand something, it's not meant to be an insult. It's meant to be a prompting of elaboration. You know, I'm not trying to like I have to break down my own, because you're right, I do use big words a lot. I have to break them down fairly often. I will stop and define things when people ask me to. I use ontological enough that probably most people who are here understand it, but if not, I'm also totally willing to explain that. Sorry, that was like so far back. I missed that comment until I saw the response there. I think the enemies kind of fit the aesthetic. Already read that. Worked for me. Shut down bullies by being more violent than they were. That's how I did it. Got suspended a bunch of times, but the bullies stopped bullying me. I actually somehow managed to dodge that. Was it Camus or Kafka? Oh wait, different things. Okay. Story of my life, Lamau. It's hard as a kind of decent looking like 5'2" guy, though this is inconsistent because some people think I look good. Well, that's the thing. This is why I specified what people's perceptions of you are, because like whether or not you're hot is actually not objective. Like, and that's not just like in like a woo-woo, everybody's beautiful, like eye of the beholder thing, like trying to make people feel better. Like, coming from somebody who spilled a lot of ink and sweat and a little bit of blood trying to look good to other people for a long time, and I still do that, but like I've centered myself a bit more. You can't, some people you'll just never look good to. Some people you will look good to no matter what you do. And some people will think that you're looking really good when you're putting in the effort and not looking so good when you're not. And you have really limited control over that. So it kind of really does become like a seek out the people who think you look good if you're looking for that. And, you know, then it just gets into a numbers game of, like, whether or not you can get into the areas or groups where, like, your body types and structures are seen as more, like, positive or as, like, less important, like, in something like when you're interacting with, like, demisexual people who largely, and this isn't exclusive to demisexual people, but it's most apparent, you know, tend to see people as attractive based on their opinions towards them rather than, like, strict physical behaviors. Like, I know I do that a lot, where, like, I can look at somebody across the room and be like, wow, that person's super hot. But if I have a conversation with somebody who I don't immediately read as, like, super attractive, and, like, they really engage me in a particular way, like, the neurons start rewiring, and I see them as hotter. So it's, you know, it's all, human interaction is complicated. I know I come back to that all the time, but given I try very hard to avoid jargon unless I know I'm in an environment that will understand, I took a comment about jargon used to a non-specialist audience as criticism. No. Song, because I was talking specifically to Song, and Song and I were talking about like I think when I said that, Song was specifically talking about like an excerpt from a philosophy book, which is why I talked about why I brought up jargon specifically in that case. I try to break down my jargon when I can, but you know, it just happens. It's just part of how you talk, you know. So that's more what I meant. I would recommend Nietzsche as thought-provoking philosophy. It's difficult to agree with. That is what I've heard a lot of. I've heard that reading Nietzsche is fascinating, and you usually come away with really complicated feelings about what you just read. I gotta start adding philosopher names to the Automata list. I'm the DIY HRT of internet philosophy. We are getting quotes tonight, chat. Thanks. Trans femme puppy woman, the greatest minds of the 20th century. We have, look, all right? I know the attention span of the audiences that I'm working with, okay? What, are you gonna just like drop a philosophy text on the table in front of them and tell them to start reading? No, you have to give it to them in a digestible way, okay? The puppy girl spouting philosophy and political ideology shit is how you speak to the masses in this day and age. This is the radio all over again, you know? We're doing fireside chats here. I think Nietzsche is a reactionary philosopher and an elitist through and through, which makes his politics a dead end for me, but it is a fun cave to explore, even if there's no other side for me. I think you can learn interesting things from reactionaries, which is why I do want to read Nietzsche. I've also heard that Nietzsche's actual work is not as reactionary as his estate made it or angled it towards afterwards. And whether or not that is true, I feel like I have to actually go and read it to find out, you know? Oh, hold it right there. Hey, Grackle, what's up? Where else am I? Philosophy degree, by the way. That tracks. I am the kind of person who would go and get a philosophy degree, and have considered it, but I haven't really had the resources or the time. So I am, unfortunately, I'm just like like somebody in a barrel popping their head out on the side of the street, like the emperor is a fool. Even his gestures do not flatulate properly. You will see. He knows not what he speaks of, and everybody's just like, okay, crazy, and they roll the barrel down the hill, and like down I go, you know. Dime store Diogenes. The more I listen to and watch your stream, the more I am intrigued on many levels. Thanks. That's what I lure them in by looking pretty, and then, you know, I either annoy them or get them to stick around with all of the over the top yapping. Zeus, demean me and my life is yours. Mark's quick with it. Thanks. You literally sweating blood would surely be someone's kink. Yeah, it is. It is the kink of a few people that I engage with regularly. It's one of my kinks. The word noumena was used. Yeah, that's right. It was. Yeah. Good night, Mark. Be a good puppy. Good night, Ashley. Sleep well. We'll catch you later. Oh my God, Og's got the big emotes up. Hey, how you doing? I survived my train and replacement bus being canceled after the LGBT meetup. Hey, congratulations. Welcome back. Confusing feelings about what I've read. Nietzsche didn't write Agent Stone X Dr. Eggman doomed Yowie on AO3. No, that's my job. I actually never wrote on AO3. I never made it. I never graduated AO3. I was on DeviantArt. I was on Wattpad. I was on, I feel like one other one. And then I stopped sharing anything that I wrote because I realized the kind of internet writer I was becoming, and I entered a deep, seclusive, reclusive, hermit-like seclusion to work on my style until I finally got to the point where I've started sharing things again. The names of scholars used as a shorthand for the philosophical ideas they espoused is a form of jargon. Not everybody knows who Camus is or what he was famous for talking about. That's true. Yeah, see, a type of jargon. Again, not inherently bad, but he was not a Nazi. He especially denounced nationalism as a weak mindset and dismissed it as an ideology for rubes, which was appropriated horribly by his sister after his death to fit the Nazi narrative. But also, I've learned from actual Nazis, Heidegger and Schmidt. Right, and that's the thing, is like engaging with contrary ideas is important, and it's something that stuck with me from the evangelical cult conditioning I had, was learning how to think like your enemy is important to actually meaningfully combating your enemy. It's why it really gets under my skin when I run into the hyper puritanical, nominally left-leaning people on the internet who are borderline book burners, and it's like, guys, if you just get rid of the dangerous ideas in public discourse, it makes it a lot easier for the dangerous ideas to like build support without any kind of like contradiction. Like you can't make like reactionary conservative politics counterculture. Like if you start like actively like just like annihilating everything about it, then it like kids are gonna think it's cool, you know? Like that's just like a kind of a fact of life. That doesn't mean that you like platform it everywhere, but you know, that's a particular thing that drives me nuts. In terms of representing of Nietzsche's work, the most telling thing is that people think he said, God is dead and we have killed him, while firstly, the meaning was more nuanced, and secondly, he had it said by a character called the Madman. Yeah, that tracks. Sweating blood is crazy. Can be. Hey, Blossom, what's up? Was this Friday the deadlock thing? I suppose I can just check my messages. I have a friend visiting this weekend, so I won't be able to do it if it is this Friday, but I would love to try and get in on another time. Or did I already miss it from last Friday? I don't know. My schedule's been a nightmare. I'm so sorry. Nah, but you're right. Yeah. Yeah. I hope that was talking to me. It should be talking to me. Every time somebody says, nah, but you're right, should be talking to me. Intelligence, beauty, and damn, those all-day legs, right? Which I may need to go and put my pants on. Or not my pants, my shorts on, because these pants are a little bit too restricting. He was not a Nazi is a low fucking bar. So you say, like it's less it being a low bar and more it being a correction of misinformation. Because he was not a Nazi, and with the caveat, probably would not have in fact denounced a lot of specific things that the Nazis directly co-opted from him, is an important distinction. It would be like if like some reactionary like alt-right soy jack board guy who has a webcam and a following started saying things attributed to me, and was like saying that I was, because of my me saying like I don't believe that the state should have a monopoly on violence or something like that. If I said that and then they repackaged that into like alt-right or like Nazi ideology, and then I got ascribed that title, like that would be unfair, you know? And it's not like just the not, you know, I guess that's why it's important to make the distinction for me. The Jubilee method? Oh god, I have beef with Jubilee. I think they've been doing better lately, but I'm really conflicted about blood sport debates in general. Hyper puritanical, yeah. He wasn't even a fascist. Yeah, he was more of an esoteric elitist who believed in free spirits who are a select breed of human who are the Ubermensch. Right, like he has plenty of complicated takes. It was this Friday? Damn it. But yeah, it was, yeah, he is still not a like philosophy that I would agree with, but interesting things, and not in like a fascist or a Nazi, you know? And I think that's why it's important to like counteract that specifically. One thing that really pisses me off is when earnest pressure groups come up with killer arguments in favor of their cause, and I have to try to explain they need arguments that will convince opponents, not ones that will convince themselves, knowing their enemy is extremely important. This is a huge part of the thing. Like, this is why, this is what I mean when I say, like, Twitter dunking isn't making an argument, you know? Like, there is a certain level to which social shaming is very helpful and effective, but it is not the entirety of it is not a strategy in and of itself, right? Like it's like ambient pressure applied. It's what like the average person can do to make fascists uncomfortable, you know? And they're doing the same thing, and we all complain about it when it happens to us from other groups, but that's just how like society functions, you know? That's how the social machine operates. And you can wax poetic about what level of negative social pressure is okay to put on people that you think are doing reprehensible things, and where that line of reprehensible things is. But that's just how society functions. At least the one that we're in. And so like actually learning why it's why say talking about like conservative fundamental Christians who have internally contradictory beliefs, saying like it's why making the argument, like a theological argument from their perspective, can be more effective than just going like, I don't see why I should be held by the laws of your book. I'm not a Christian. Why should I have to follow your abortion law? They don't care that you're not a Christian. They believe that God has ordained them with the correct course of action, and that forcing you into it is literally divinely mandated. You know, you have to try to shake the foundation of why they believe that, because nothing that you say will, like no argument you make that involves you not wanting to follow their religion will be effective, because they don't care. Like, these, we're talking about like proselytizing, like aggressive fundamentalists, you know, like the people that raised me. They don't care. We're the other ones walking into porn shops and giving like sermons to the people working the register because it's a den of sin. Ask me how I know they do that. It's like, so you need to learn how they think to actually engage with them and have a conversation with them in a way that can meaningfully change the way they think. Debates are good for changing the way a crowd thinks about your two stances, but it does not actually affect the other person. If you actually want to pull somebody out of a certain worldview or ideology, you need to dismantle the fundamental building blocks of that ideology. Or not, even if you can't completely deconstruct it, you need to put some weak points into it. You need to remove a couple bricks. You need to, and sometimes, even if you just do that, if you just add that, just get that little bit of shakiness into their foundation, they might not come around for a long time. Maybe they never will, but they could run into somebody else 5 years down the line that has a conversation with them that's similar, that pulls another brick out of that. And then eventually you have somebody who is willing to examine their worldview and look at things in a different light, and that's how you get converts from. That's how cult deprogramming works, you know? You can't like force somebody to leave a cult. You have to convince them to do it themselves. And that's really difficult, and it's really delicate. And it's why I advocate really regularly for if you have the temperament for it, if you have the time for it, if you have the interest in it, trying to engage with people that have really rancid ideologies or worldviews in as empathetic and tactful of a way as possible. Again, if you've got the skill set, if you believe that you can do it, if you have the patience and the internal resolve, because it is difficult. It's not for everybody, and it's not an obligation. But that's how you actually get people out of those kinds of mindsets. It was this Friday. Oh no! Weren't Wagner's works used in the same way? I believe so. Work is always right. No one is allowed to disagree with her. Yes, I will be banning anybody who contradicts me in any way, because this is a safe space for me specifically. But Nazis do want the state to have a monopoly on violence. Yes, but they're also inconsistent in their messaging, because they want the state to have a monopoly on violence when they are the state. If they are not the state, then they want the people that agree with them, that are the true inheritors of the state but aren't the state currently, to have a monopoly on violence, you know? That's why they organize paramilitaries all the time. They don't actually believe it unless they're in power, and then they believe it. It is extremely flexible. But like somebody could very much use my words to like twist that, you know? Going back to Camus, life can be magnificent, overwhelming. That is the whole tragedy. Without beauty, love, or danger, it would be almost easy to live. Would almost be easy to live, yeah. Love your shirt. Thank you, Doge. Look at me go. Hold on, wait, there's a pretty lady on it. See? Jubilee doing better is like hell installing a smoke detector. Yeah. I like the 20 Carnus versus a vegan Jubilee debate. Everyone who disagreed with the vegan dude looked like a brainless dumb fuck. Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing about Jubilee, is Jubilee is not interested in setting up meaningful debates. They like setting up debates where one person is clearly prepared to have a structured, like, antagonistic debate, and then they get, like, a whole bunch of normal idiots And I say this as a normal idiot on a lot of things, you know? This is not like me being like, these people are all dumb, but it's like they intentionally grab people who are not prepared for what they're going to do because, again, dunking on people makes really good content. They do it both ways, too. They'll get conservative people who are prepared for a debate and non-conservative people who aren't prepared for a debate, and then they'll switch it around and they'll go like they'll have like some professional like leftist content creator or like debater go up against like 20 average conservatives that they actually pulled off of farms, you know? Like it's not real. It's content. It is and sometimes it can be useful probably, but I don't like it. I need a Jubilee 20 flat earthers versus an astronaut. Imminent critique, the act of criticizing a framework based on its own presuppositions, showing inherent contradictions is kind of that. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was describing, but I didn't have the language for it. So thank you. Imminent critique. I will keep that in mind. I'm not a vegan and I'm not interested in being one, but I'd imagine the type of person who'd show up to a Jubilee set in favor of eating meat would be just an absurd person it'd be easy to argue against. Yeah, like my family, where it's like a meal isn't a meal unless it's got meat in it. Okay. Love having a politician on his fourth marriage tell me abortion is sin. Yeah. God, I'm not even playing Nier right now. I'm sorry. Did you know that the original text was actually better and more accurately translated as pederasty, not homosexuality? As in, if a man lies with a boy and not lies with a man, it's a condemnation of pedophilia, not gays. Yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff. Yeah. But also they, like, so like here's the problem with some of that though is they'll probably just hit you with it being liberal woke bullshit because the last time I had a religion conversation with my dad, I brought up how like the Bible that we like that most like Christians in America and England, Europe like pull from exists as its constituent parts because a bunch of people agreed which books that were collectively, when the religion was much less centralized, which books and scrolls and testaments and things collectively constituted the real Bible at Nicaea. I think it was Second Nicaea? I don't remember the specifics. But I was like, yeah, like the reason your Bible is the Bible is just because a bunch of guys agreed on it in a room and excluded a bunch of other kinds of Christianity like hundreds of years ago at Nicaea. And he was just like, what's Nicaea? And it's like, all right, see, like he was like, that doesn't sound real. He like looked me dead in the eye and he said, that sounds fake. And it's just like, okay. Like that's what I mean. Like you need to like find the specific like levers like for each person. But you're right, that kind of thing can be really useful if it's somebody who is more like interested in engaging with like translation. But you really sometimes you just have to go to like the most like the absolute like explain like I'm 5 version and start building your argument from there. Let's see. If you want to face an actual homophobic theologian, point out I don't know how to say that, is a hapax legomenon. Now that's jargon. Yeah, I don't even understand what that meant. That's not even English. Chat, had an incoming call. Did I miss the fit check? Oh my god, you did a fit check. I'm so sorry. I've been so distracted. No, you haven't. I will bring that up. One sec. We're gonna basically admit God is trans or shut the fuck up about chromosomes. That's a fun one, but that does get a little bit more into Twitter dunking, you know? That's why people stay with abusive partners. Wait, what's why people stay with abusive partners? That was relevant. I'm sure that actually did. Abusive relationships are just really small cults. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Cult thinking, yeah. Also advanced biology, but that doesn't actually work. Right. I feel I'm too cold for some stuff. Like, physically? You anemic? That could just be a circulation issue. I really do not have the skill set, but wish I did. Hey, you don't have to. It's not for everyone, you know? Like, because our closed epistemic system sees those institutions are inherently corrupt. Yes, generally. I was called lady today? Fuck yeah. Paul, if we can even assume he actually wrote the epistle, used arsenokoitai, which is a word that wasn't used at the time to describe consensual same-sex interaction. Yep, yeah, that sounds about right. Where'd you learn that? Sissy liberal college for dumb liberals? No, it's like actually, like, yeah. He actually hit me with like, at one point he was like, now I don't know where you're getting your information, but I read books. And I was like, Jesus Christ, Dad. Like, you're in your shirt, not on it, whatever. See. And then when they achieve state power, they keep all their little paramilitaries and private militaries. Actually, Kristen, sometimes they keep them. Sometimes they execute them all because they're hard to control. Once they have access on the state apparatus, I mean, that was like the Nazis in the lead up to World War II. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure purged most, if not all, of the brown shirts after they got government control because they were like hard to control, like extremist, dangerous freaks. And they were like, great, we pointed these at enough of our enemies, and now, yeah, Night of the Long Knives, yeah. And it's when they culled everybody who didn't fit in with their like explicit version of the ideology, like as they transitioned into state power. Their leader was Rome. Yeah. That's Ernst Röhm, right? That's what I thought. Let's see. He was so nice, almost made me not despise men. We have to deconstruct our misandry, okay? It's okay to do all men jokes as a bit, but we do have to be careful about internalizing that because it is kind of against intersectionality. Actually, it's openly against intersectionality. I know. It's annoying. But it's true, you know? Killjoy, I know. I just have to remind everybody that it's a bit here, you know? Make me? No. It's this debate content that I fucking despise. And oh, hi. Mammy Wrestler. Hi. Allegedly, I'm playing Nier Automata, but I've just been yapping. One sec. I'm doing a fit check, and I have to stretch. And then I'll welcome everybody in properly. But I am so far behind. Is this? Oh no, it's zoomed in. Okay, hold on. I gotta zoom out my camera. Ah! Skylord, I'm heading to bed right now, but you're hot and your hair is cute and nice fit today and hi, and I like the wings on your eyes and bye-bye kisses. Bye, Zoe. A mega raid. Oh my god. Hi, everybody. Transgirl playing Nier. Fork found in kitchen. Endearing. Yeah. I've actually never played it before. This is my first time playing it. It's been really cool. I really like it so far. The intersection of like philosophical existential musing and horniness is really nice. Where's my video capture device? Configure video. Unzoom this camera. Okay. Great. Hi, fellow trans keepy. Hi. Oh, you're with the keepies. Oh, hello. It's so good to see you. I keep meaning to go back and like, I wanted to do, wanted to take part in the raid train they did a while back, but I was doing a subathon like the day before, and I was just dead to the world for like 3 days afterwards. Yeah, this is the outfit right now. I think I'm probably going to go change into shorts. Maybe now. Maybe I'll do it now. I could do it now. Because it's really fucking hot up here, and I don't want to turn on the AC again. At least not yet. So actually, ad break ends in 12 seconds. Give us a second. One moment. Skirt? No. Well, I could. I could skirt. I could skirt. Do I skirt? I don't know. Anyway, hello. Thank you for the raid. Is it Mommy? Mommy Wrestler? Mommy? Maybe we have short shorts. We're either doing short shorts or a skirt. I don't know. Shirt, skirt. What was I saying? Yes, perfect. One moment. Mommy? Mom works too? Alright. Hey, Mom. Thank you for raiding. If you've got to do a raid and run, if you have to get in and then go, I totally understand. Thank you so much for sharing your community, and I hope to see you again soon. If you're going to stick around, feel free to tell us what you were up to. Or don't. I'm not your mom. To everybody who came in with you, hi. I'm Mercenary Girlfriend. I'm an 18-plus trans femme variety streamer. I play whatever games get their terrible little hooks into my ADHD-addled brain, and right now, that's Nier Automata. Although I keep stopping to go on, like, philosophical rants because this game just does that, you know? So we're not getting through it quickly, but we are getting through it. Let's see. Mark will play Nier for like 4 months straight just on tangents. Yeah, yep, absolutely. Hook, I'll give you a kiss when I get back. I've got to skip a bunch of stuff. This reminds me of a trans communist I follow on Twitter who was randomly complaining about people being actually mad at her for reading too much, and then she posted a video of her apartment, and literally every wall was lined with stacks of books. Amazing. Let's see. Raid stuff, raid stuff, raid stuff, raid stuff. Fork found in kitchen. Shorts, skirt, shorts. Maybe we'll do skirt. I haven't done a skirt in a minute. Mondays are typically Elden Ring with another Keepy, but we had to reschedule, so today I checked out some weird games from my backlog. Hell yeah! Played a fishing game about death for like 2 hours. Love those. A lot of time to contemplate the void when you're fishing. The username immediately made me think of Rhea Ripley too. Rhea Ripley. Okay, alright, okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put on a different bottom here. Because it's just too warm. It's too warm for me. There. This is more of the outfit that I usually wear this with, but I generally have the socks. I usually have the like black thigh highs on with this or over knee socks, but it is too warm for that, so we're not doing it. I'm not gonna do it. You can't make me. Oh. She's gone, chat. Tell me your secrets. She's fierce, but hey, we've been knowing. Why am I look extra tall today? I think that's just the new setup, you know? You get to see me scaled against things now, instead of like living in a little corner. Yeah. Alright. Get back in here. Game focus. Give me my zoom back. I can't wait. I cannot wait until this new camera shows up and I can just like, I'll just have like a little remote and I can just move it from all the way over there. I don't have to fucking scooch up and get my like 10-year-old Best Buy webcam to like. Why is there no spin redeemable? Because I don't always wear skirts. I actually don't wear skirts very often. You know, I'm a bit too much of a tomboy. I was thinking of the part on Back in the Day by Megadeth. She's 5'4". Who, me? That's not real. All right. Also, there were some follows. Mum and Orb, hi. Welcome to the company. You're one of us now. Report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment. A morale officer will be with you shortly. I almost dropped my controller. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. Do a handstand? No. You already know I can't. My wrist is too fucked up. Marika's 5'4" and she just lives in a really tiny house. Oh shit. They're on to me. It's the time of day I feel lonely again and I'm thinking about getting on dating apps. Hey, you know, whatever. We all have our drugs. We all have our vices. I also used dating apps as one for a while. Definitely need to see more of the skirt in the afternoon hours stream. So here's the thing. I need, I am going to be getting a latex black skirt that is like this for after hours streams. And just general use, but for that as well. But this is an athletic skirt, so it's actually really, really annoying to use for the after hours because it has shorts built into it. So how tall am I? Oh, we actually just measured this. I am 6'1", 6'1.4". I am 6'1". Could let us make you do squats? That's true, I could. But no. I'll turn the squat option back on eventually, but not right now. I'm still too sore from my Saturday stream. Big woman, yeah. How the fuck do I, is this like in the desert or something? How do I, where do I go? How do I get in here? Who are you? Resistance, disappearance. Is it a... Ah, okay. It's like a new zone. Or, back to the factory zone, I guess? 6'1" and 4 foot of legs? Yeah, pretty much. A lot of leg. It's been a great boon for me, you know? The one Saturday stream I missed and she's sore 2 days later, I really had to work for it. Honestly, it was mostly because I was wearing the platform heels and I refused to sit down for any significant period of time until I had completely just annihilated my leg muscles. Probably there's a real way to go that is better than this, but there's a quest over here, and I want to know what it is. Hello, small robots! Oh, these are, access point blocker guys. Yes. I'm back. I had to go watch the walking Statue of Liberty scene from Ghostbusters 2 real quick. I haven't God, I did watch that movie once. Thought that a long time. That's the one where like it's just like or am I confusing this with the second Scooby-Doo movie? Are they similar? Was there a second live action Scooby-Doo movie? Or was there only one? Am I going crazy? Is this what psychosis feels like? I'm back. I had to go watch the walking statue of... Oh, no, I already read that. Never mind. I think there's 3 of them. I mean, special dreams about the long legs. Hey, get after it, you know? I love it when people dream about me. I don't know if I saw the second Scooby-Doo movie. Okay, so there was a second Scooby-Doo movie. I thought so. Oh, I can't get in this way. Up we go. Oh, I thought I just jumped off the lake or into the fire lake. Ghostbusters 2 is the one with the haunted painting and the river of mood slime under the city. I don't know if I've seen that movie. Plot twist, there was a second Scooby-Doo movie, but you've never heard or read anything about it at all and hallucinated a completely different sequel? That tracks. I would do that. That's how I feel about the Star Wars sequels sometimes. God damn it. Wait, there was a Scooby-Doo movie? Oh yeah, lots of them. I mean, there's the live action one is why I have a crush on Matthew Lillard. Hi! Hey! Don't drip on the Caravaggio. Welcome in, Ghost Siren. Thank you for following. Welcome to the company. You're one of us. Now, report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment. A morale officer will be with you shortly. It's a pleasure to have you. I think, oh god. I've probably seen the second Ghostbusters, but probably only once. Because if so here's a thing about, another fun, like, Merc's childhood fact. Childhood Merc lore. If my mom didn't like a movie, like if she personally just thought that it wasn't very good, she would not let me watch it. It did not matter how much I wanted to. So there are a lot of sequels of like really popular movies that I really liked when I was a kid, especially because I grew up mostly on like 80s and 90s movies that we just had like in a big trunk in our living room because we didn't have cable until I was like 13. So if she didn't like it, would not let me watch it. Like I had seen the first Aladdin movie, like the first Disney Aladdin movie, and the third Disney Aladdin movie, Prince of Thieves or King of Thieves or whatever. I did not see the second one until I was fully an adult and went back and watched it out of curiosity because she hated it so much. She thought it was so bad, and she was so mad that Robin Williams didn't play the genie that she refused to let me see it. I was at somebody else's house once, and she stopped me from watching that movie. Because she was like, no, it's bad, it's not worth your time. Very neurodivergent, neurotypical person, obviously. What a diva, that's hilarious, I can't even hate. No, for real. Like, it's things like this where I really wish my mom and I got along on, like, the important things, because on the little stupid bullshit, like all of the side stuff, we have a great time when we're talking to each other, because she is absolutely a diva. That's so weird. My family delighted in bad movies. Well, no, that was not. My mom was not a bad movie enjoyer. I liked the Scooby-Doo movie where they were hanging out with the Hex girls in Australia. I've heard of that one. I'm cackling. It was crazy, right? Your mom, very much my mom is on the spectrum. I actually had that confirmed for me when I was talking about with my parents. Specifically, it was because of trans people in sports, because of course it was. But I was talking about how, like, ability can't be completely divorced from, like, your natural tendencies towards it, but is primarily a function of passion and effort over, like, natural talent. Barring things at, like, the highest levels of, like, scrutiny and competition, like, where you get somebody like Michael Phelps who doesn't generate lactic acid so he can swim faster than everybody else, or whatever his weird little gene mutation is that he has. But we were talking about that, and I was like, really the thing that's more likely to affect whether you're good at something is whether you're passionate about it, and whether you want to be working towards it. And my mom was like, that's not true. I've always been good at art from the first time I picked it up. And I was like, Mom, that probably just means you're autistic and you've been doing art since before you realized you were doing art. Like, but I didn't say that because we don't have time to unpack all that, It's too bad your mom never caught the MST3K bug. Yeah, she thought that some of them were fun and some of them were really bad. Non-lactic acid producers must be banned from swimming. Yeah, exactly. I think the Phelps thing is that his torso is a hypermuscular triangle. No, he does actually have like at least I'm fairly certain from what I remember of like him discussing it, is like he's got he like produces significantly less lactic acid, which makes him able to do like more intense swimming feats. It has like drawbacks, I'm pretty sure. Obviously, it's not like a pure benefit, but specifically for competitive swimming, it is a huge bonus. BRB gonna chain like 2 or 3 smoke? Yeah, go for it. I don't condone smoking, but if you're already a smoker, get that back, you know? I do, however, think smoking's hot because I'm problematic. Where am I going? What am I doing? So TLDR, Michael Phelps has mutant powers. Yeah, you know? Like, I mean, like a lot of like world-class, like consistently like first place world-class athletes, most of them have some sort of mutation that gives them that little bit of the edge against all of the other thousands of people that also have the money and time and passion to be training at that level, you know? Once you get to that point where it's not an issue of effort or interest or resource, that is when those little bits come down to actually making a difference, you know? But that is not the case for 99.99% of all people in the world. Which is the case I was trying to make when my mom was like, no, I've always been good at art. I just always knew how to paint. And it's like, yeah, okay, all right. Merc doesn't condone smoking, but still wants to be used as an ashtray. You didn't have to come out and say it, but you're not wrong. And the pickup animation takes so fucking long. Looked it up to confirm. Phelps produces about half as much lactic acid as his competitors. Yeah, exactly. No, he has a literal, actual, factual, like, superpower when it comes to his swimming. And I think that's what makes him such a compelling argument against people being like, yeah, all trans people have to be banned because they're unfair. It's like, okay, well, Michael Phelps is unfair. Like, the human bodies are not made, we're not carbon copies of each other. Like, we all have different, like strengths and weaknesses. We have, some of us have weird mutations that make us better at things. And it's consistently found that trans women don't have, especially, like, trans women on HRT, do not have a significant, like categorical, like measurable advantage over cis competitors. In fact, we tend to perform, I believe, from the one big study that I was reading, that's like actually trying to catalog this, because so much of the research is done by like specific interest groups or like explicitly as hack jobs to try and like slander trans people. Like when you get to people who are actually like doing properly controlled studies, trans women on the whole tend to be slightly below average. Not like significantly below average, but like performance tends to not quite be the same as like cis women athletes. Hot take: the real problem is the society is confused about the entire concept of gender in sports. Trans people merely show up in the cracks. I think that, yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. That is correct. I mean, gender itself is not. Oh boy, we're gonna deconstruct gender on the Nier stream, which is actually probably a good place to do it. The concept of gender itself is mutable. It is not like man and woman are not even like they are the prevalent like descriptive boxes that like I don't know, Anglicanized and broadly European societies have tended to angle towards and have imperialized other countries into following similarly, but like it's not even like that universal of a concept in other cultures. Like there's or the strictness of it at the very least is not like a universal trait. Oh boy, here we go. I know, right? Anyway, everybody should read Ancillary Justice. It's really good for a lot of reasons, and a really cool flavor thing about it is the fact that it takes place in a society that does not have gender. That's a side detail, you know? That's just world building. There's a whole bunch of other cool shit going on. Ooh, this area in your game looks like the Mistral boss fight level in Metal Gear Revengeance. It absolutely does. You are correct. Money is a bigger factor in athletic performance than what's in your pants. Yes, money is a bigger factor in like most kinds of performance and training than in like any inherent ability or even effort. You know, it's a similar thing how money, physical fitness is pretty directly correlated to how much money you have. Even if you are like doing manual labor, like you are more likely to be more fit if you have a lot of money and do a manual labor job than if you just do a manual labor job. You know. Remember, everyone, fitness is an aspect of class. Money is a bigger factor. Starting a new game, hot take. Pretty sure I genuinely have an atavism. My jaw is large enough that my wisdom teeth, third molars, come in perfectly and are fully functional and even easy to brush. I don't even know what an atavism is. I only had one sig instead of 3. Aren't you proud of me? Yeah, you want good boy song? I just want to be sure. Boy is good. You said it right afterwards. Never mind. Yes, song. You're a very good boy for only smoking 1 cigarette. I'm so proud of you. You're my good boy, aren't you? How's that? You like that? I hope so, because that's what you fucking get. Does it need to be sultrier? Do you need like a "You're my good boy" song? Is that what you? Is that more up your alley? Is that? After 2 years of HRT, trans women do not have an advantage. Correct. Oh, Hook, I'm so sorry. I missed a kiss for you. You wanted a... There you go, Hook. I don't know if you're still here, but you can put that wherever you like. I won't judge you. It's yours now. Yes, I was flustered. Perfect. Then I did my job. I'm here to engage in philosophical topics and fluster people. And I feel that I'm really getting the spirit of what Nier is about. I'm also only like half playing it. Which, honestly, one of the funniest things about playing Nier so far has been, I thought I kicked that down already, has been that it actually does kind of, how do I say this without, I'm just gonna say it. Nier almost feels like you can kind of play it with one hand. And it feels intentional. Like, you do actually need both hands on the controller to do everything, but there's a lot of space in this game where you're just kind of like running from place to place, locked in on like a side-scrolling like little wheel, you know? What's the other hand doing? Whatever you want. I was more going for, before I leaned into the euphemism, like, you only really need half your brain, only need half the brain to play Nier at any given point, unless it's like a really intense moment, like a boss battle. Otherwise, it's kind of like half AFK work, and I kind of love that about it. What am I even looking for here? I should probably read my quests instead of just going to zones and wandering around. 16 D auto request. Her instructor 11B died in battle at the abandoned factory and her body was never recovered. Go to the abandoned factory and return with any mementos you can find. Okay. So I should be picking up all of those android corpses. There's a bunch of android corpses. It's kind of wild you've never played this. It really is. It came down to the fact that, like, when I first heard about Nier Automata, I was in a very different place. Like, when this game came out, it just wasn't even on my radar as something that, like, I was super interested in. And then body report. The more I learned about it, the more it seemed like it was going to be too heavily weighed down by JRPG qualities that I don't love. But I've come around on JRPGs in general since then, and Nier's application of those like mechanics is not terrible. I don't know, the things like needing to like finish a game multiple times to like actually get the ending was something that originally stressed me the fuck out, and doesn't bother me as much anymore, but is still one of those like, I'm watching you, Nier. I've got my eyes on you, Wazowski. I'll be watching. Always watching. I've still never played adjacent to a tomato.
That's a Yorha.
Ah, I got there. Hey, Valerie. That's a Yorha unit. Wait, where? Hold on. Wait. You pulled my eyes somewhere and I didn't see it because fuck. Oh. Whoa, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Cool. That's a Yorha unit. Where are we going? Where am I supposed to be going? Oh, this. Yorha type B body confirmed.
It belongs to the missing unit known as 11B.
So this is where you landed. Pod, can you access her black box?
Negative. Unit 11B's black box has been irreparably damaged. Proposal. Unit 2B should recover any usable weapons. Fragmented data detected in memory region.
Okay. Reactivation complete. A check of my body reveals various failures. Communication functions have been destroyed. I cannot contact my team or the bunker. I leave a draft of this message here as a log. I verify the plan once more. Using my supposed destruction in this sortie as a guise, I sever all communication. I then pass beneath the abandoned factory and escape. Further analysis reveals that I took anti-air fire while in the flight unit, resulting in damage to my body. No matter, it can be repaired. I'm cold. My sensory systems seem to be failing. Noise has started to cloud my vision. Virus warnings appear frequently. It is unclear whether I'm infected or if the system is in error. Repairs are proceeding poorly. Perhaps because I am flustered. Pursuers will come if I don't move soon. Was I wrong to attempt escape? I'm scared. I want to go back to the bunker, but I can't restore communications. This can't continue. I can't stay here. I have to run. Yorha Squadron was wrong. I have to find somewhere safer. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Painful. It hurts. Help. Why stop? Who am I? Wrong, wrong, wrong. I need to run.
She was planning to go AWOL.
Violation of regulations detected. However, due to the death of the unit in question, corrective punishment is impossible.
Damn, okay, Pod 4-2.
I'll bring this weapon back to 16D in the bunker.
The sound redeems aren't coming through? Really? Oh man, why does it do this to me? They were working earlier. And let me take a peek and see if anything got fucked up here. Let's see. There was an alien species in Star Trek The Next Generation, the Genii, who had engineered themselves into a sexless species that purged gender from their society. However, there were some Genii that had gender identities anyway, and when the government found out, they would force gendered individuals to undergo a form of conversion therapy called psychotectic therapy. Awful. Very, very cool sci-fi concept, though. That's that's one of those plot lines that I would probably really like, and probably also have some like maybe not, because like Star Trek, sometimes Star Trek does this stuff really well, and sometimes it's kind of 50-50. I really like the like flip the script storyline on like enforcement of gender norms and things. The tricky bit comes in with interpretation, where if you don't do it properly, it can come across like you're saying the transes are trying to trans the children, you know? Not necessarily the case, but... Oh, they're not coming through. Oh, okay, weird. Wait, okay, try... Hold on. Let's try this one. That come through? Did y'all hear that one? Because it said it came through. You heard it? All right. Was it duplicated or was it fine? Yeah, that was good? Okay, cool. I don't know what makes it decide whether it picks up. So, like, the problem that I have with it, I have to keep, like, muting and unmuting my Twitch alert box because sometimes it will get picked up in my other audio captures and it will start duplicating. And then I have to turn it off because it's being picked up by my normal audio capture. And then other times it'll not get picked up and then it just vanishes into the aether. Muted, suppressed. Playing Crusader Kings 3, the true Gooner game. I love Crusader Kings. It's so fucking good. Oh, Chris, you wanted a little... There you go. That's for you. You can put that wherever you like. I won't judge you. It's yours now. True Gooner game is Hoi 4. Yeah. If you want the problematic Gooners, that's where you Ooh, I've spent so much time in Hearts of Iron 4, and it's so hard to find anyone to play with that isn't completely insufferable. And, you know, to plenty of people, I'm the insufferable Hearts of Iron player. But what kind of Hearts of Iron player you find insufferable says a lot about you, I think. I recall the episode also had the most bleak and miserable ending message of actually gender conversion therapy is super based. Ah, see, that's what I'm aware of. That's what I'm always afraid of. I remember reading about that. The showrunners chickened out on queer themes many times. There was a script written by David Gerrold in Star Trek The Next Generation called Blood and Fire. It was written in 1987 during the first season of TNG. It never got made in an official Star Trek production, but it was rewritten by Gerrold and others into a two-part episode on the fan series Star Trek New Voyages, and the episode was directed by Gerrold. Interesting. Hi, Jojo. What's up? Fine, but maybe a bit quieter than normal? Oh, God. Okay. I don't have the... It's set to full on my OBS, which means it's a deeper problem, so I'm not going to get into that at the moment. Oh, you know what? Maybe, why? Is it because of the... Maybe we turn audio output capture up by a little bit and see if that fixes it. Who knows? I'll play Hoi with you? Noted. I've got a couple people that I play Hearts of Iron with occasionally. We've mostly been playing the Fallout mod lately. Because it's a lot more approachable of an introduction to a lot of people than the base game is. And it's also just a fun time for me because I've played so much base Hoi 4. But I really like Hearts of Iron. I used to stream Hearts of Iron sometimes, but it's just like so... You want to talk about like niche content. Like, streaming Paradox games is fucking niche content. And I've done it. I think Crusader Kings is a lot more interesting to watch to people who aren't familiar with Paradox games, but that's pretty much the only one that I'd ever go back and stream, I think. Just because of how fucking dense those games are. Robots! Hello, friends. Wait, I wonder... Oh, man, it feels so good coming back here after getting all these level ups and shit. The episode is nice, but it's framed more from Riker's point of view rather than the aliens, so the alien's feelings are more for Riker's plot than the alien herself. At least it's not Profit and Lace. Oh no, Profit and Lace sounds like it's a sex work episode. Watching anything from before, like, I don't know, like 2015, and even then, like, that's just when you start to get any kind of decent rep for it. Watching anything before, like, the mid-2010s, that has a sex worker on it after having done sex work for a considerable amount of time. Wild. Just true. Like, you want to talk about a demographic up there with trans people that, like, the average person is just totally okay with treating like they're subhuman? It's sex workers. Especially trans sex workers, which get treated like subhumans to subhumans when you run into anything from before 2016. Prophet and Lace sounds like a Ferengi erotic novel. Incredible. I feel Firefly does okay concerning prostitution. It does. Actually, you just triggered my trap card, CRJ. Firefly, I have extremely complicated opinions about Firefly. They land 80% positive, probably, like in my general assessment. But that 20% that I can really get into, a lot of complicated negative opinions on those aspects. But it does, for the most part, and especially for something that came out in, like, what was it, 2002? It treats sex work phenomenally well. Very, like, almost, like paradoxically well, for the most part. Although, it still runs into its own problems with it. But it was, for when it came out, very, very cool. Very, very rad. Actually changed my opinion on sex work when I was, like, a teenager. Was, like, Inara was my favorite character, like, immediately. And it changed the way that I looked at sex workers completely. Is that 20% mostly influenced by Joss Whedon being a bastard? It you know, partially. It definitely, it doesn't help. I have an entire, like, there's an entire category of specific critique or specific critiques throughout the course of watching Firefly that I just point at the screen and say Whedon moment out loud, and the people I'm watching with pretty much know what I mean. Generally, it's a character. Uh-oh. What's this for? Sword? You obtained a weapon, Virtuous Treaty. Neat. When a character acts out of character, to specifically be a mouthpiece for Joss Whedon, which happens a lot. The thing that first made me wary of Joss Whedon was someone pointing out that Buffy would have been a very different series if he'd managed to get laid in high school. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Yeah, Prophet and Lace had Quark be a caricature of trans women boiled down to man in dress, haha, so funny, laugh. It's horribly transphobic and one of my most hated episodes of Trek. That tracks. It's almost impossible to find good trans rep in anything before, like, I mean, I use, like, 2014 to 2016 as my general go-to. Like, the closer you get to that, the more likely it is that you'll find a positive, like, example. And there are positive examples out there, but they are fucking thin. They are narrow. You can, shocking one, actually, that I really liked is, God, I forget her name in the show, but in Twin Peaks, there is a trans woman working with the FBI with Dale Cooper and David Lynch's character, the director, who is just taken completely seriously, and, like, David Lynch even, like, acting in the character role he cast himself in, directly looks at the screen and says, if any of you have a problem with accepting this woman, you have a dark rot in your hearts and you need to go, like, do some fucking soul searching about it, assholes. The one played by David Duchovny? Yeah, I think for something that came out in, like, the early 90s, I think was when Fire Walk With Me is her, like, major appearance, her first major appearance. Fix Your Hearts or Die. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Fucking love that. Love that shit. How the fuck do I get out of here? The original animated series of Avatar did well on gender nonconformity, even by modern standards, let alone in 2005. Did it? It did. I don't think there was anything particularly groundbreaking. Or, sorry, there's not a lot that I would consider groundbreaking in a modern context, but Avatar, both the original Last Airbender series and Legend of Korra, both did a lot of walking so that later series could run. It was Avatar did a really good job of using the clout that they had to push in little ways, relatively little ways, and on relatively small scales, push boundaries that were like hard-coded rules that nobody else would even be able to touch. And then everybody else got to like really play with it once the studio had to like remove it as a hard rule. 100%. Nick fought them the entire way. Yeah. So like I absolutely want to give that series and its creators a lot of credit for that, because it seems like not a lot now looking back on it, but like if you look at it taken in the context of its time, it was finally, this is what I was looking for. It was basically the only reason we were able to like get I mean, especially like I talk about Legend of Korra a lot, but Korra is like actual factual one of the most important pieces of like queer representation history for or media history for queer representation in kids media. Because before that show, I'm not going to say it was completely impossible, but it was almost totally impossible to have any kind of queer relationship without it getting completely like just shit canned immediately. They did it in their the simple act of having Korra and Asami hold hands as a couple at the end of the series rewrote the rules on what you were allowed to do on network TV regarding queer people. And like, it's really easy to look back and be like, I can't believe they didn't like let them kiss or anything, but it's like even that was like almost impossible to get through. Like they had to like really fight to get a handhold at the end of the show, you know? Twin Peaks had a really good trans rep. It did, yeah. Still can't be worse than the worst episode of Eddie Trek, Move Along Home. Which one's that? And they were subtle. They also did well in disability and gender. I agree. No, Avatar: The Last Airbender Avatar: The Last Airbender, genuinely, actually, like a really important piece of like media for just all kinds of like representation. Especially for the time that it came out. I mean, because of the time it came out, like explicitly. Like if Avatar: The Last Airbender came out today, like it wouldn't be like the kinds of inclusion it has wouldn't be anything special. It would hilariously still be taken apart as like woke garbage by the same kind of like internet spiral people, internet like conservative brain rot, like anti-woke crowd that picks apart everything else interesting, but for bad reasons. But like it wouldn't be anything particularly groundbreaking. But like you put it back when it came out, and like I don't know, the fact that like Toph is a blind girl, you know, like huge. And not in like the 90s like hyper tokenistic way of like we need to have one of each of the accepted ethnicities that are American all on the Captain Planet team because full inclusion. Do any of them have personalities? No. But they're there, like, you know, or like the, you know, you know, it was a lot of diversity that wasn't tokenized, which was what most of the bulk of any real representation that we got before that was like heavily tokenized inclusion. I'd watch Move Along Home on repeat for a month over watching Prophet and Lace on repeat for a day. From the way it sounds, I'd probably agree. Again, if y'all haven't read the Kyoshi novels, read them. I've heard they're good. I loved the way there were so many jokes about Toph being blind that were genuinely funny and not ableist. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It felt like somebody who it's like when you know a comic, like a comedian is a hack if they say that you can't make jokes about trans people, because all that means is they're not allowed to be like blatantly cruel to trans people without people like some members of the audience going, "Hey dude, that sucked actually." Because there's a lot of really good ways to tell jokes about being trans. There's plenty of cis people that are good at telling jokes about being trans, about trans people. We're just like anybody else, in the same way that, like, you know, Avatar had all of the Toph blind jokes, but they didn't feel like making fun of Toph for being blind most of the time. I mean, like, sometimes that is what it is, but it was like in that, like, friendly way. Like your friends dogging on each other for, like, making a minor mistake or something. It never felt, like, exclusionary, and Toph made half of them herself. Which is usually how that goes, you know? When you have some sort of, like thing about you, particularly that you're self-conscious about, you're probably going to make jokes about it, you know? Kyoshi is canonically a subby bottom, and they make that so clear in the novels. Love that. Where are my quests? What do I have remaining for quests? Let's go here. Also, you know, canon event, driven, like, aggressive, often domineering personality is a bottom sub in the bedroom because they don't want to put up with that there. I can relate. When the Avatar skins come to Fortnite, someone made fan art of Toph on a sniper rifle and Zuko as her spotter, and that lives rent-free in my head. That's so funny. I love that shit. What's this? Whoops. No. No. I believe Star Trek DS9 has the first lesbian kiss on primetime show in the US. Fuck yeah. Star Trek has a pretty good track record with that. For any flaws that I think Star Trek may have, they did a lot of similar things. Like Star Trek set or pushed back against a lot of it. Used its influence to break a lot of rules that would be imposed on something less successful. And in doing so, start to unravel those rules, even if it was only like every now and then that they did it, you know? Every current media of Avatar, like comics and novels, is gay as fuck. I believe that. That tracks. All Marine, count to 4. All Marine, then 3 more All Marine. If you can see All Marine, you'll come with me. Yeah. Okay, this is talking about Star Trek plots I don't understand. I can slide past that. Okay. Trek also has one of the first interracial kisses on television, on American television at the very least. But yes, yep, that was kind of what I was getting at. It was between, it was Uhura and Kirk? Is it? I don't know. I don't remember the specifics. Rangi, Kyoshi's firebending instructor / girlfriend, literally soft doms are constantly in the books. Incredible. Love that. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I like queer rep in media. I think it rules.
So if we use those numbers from the resistance camp as coordinates, yeah, we're pretty much standing right on top of whatever they're pointing to.
Yeah. I've played so little Nier.
9S.
I don't know, I've made some progress. Hi, buddy. Oh my god, do you have a chain sword? No, it's a regular sword. Whoa! Holy shit. This is a bad place. This is a bad place. I'm so glad I saved before I came here. Goddamn. Yes, American television. Sorry, so American brained. Hey, same. Honestly, you know. That's less of like a how dare you and more of a hey, you know. This is one of those moments where we can try to remember that it's not always about us. I'm trying to like I was about to say desalinate my brain because like that's I was like thinking of like an analogous process that I could use. That's not right. But you know, like restructure how I talk about media history. Because like there are so many other obviously like so many other cultures and countries and things where the history is completely different. So I try to specify that I'm talking about American history in that aspect. Okay, I haven't missed anything else. Cool. Off we go. Up, and away. Ah, shit. I haven't died in a minute. I gotta get my chips back. Still need to watch the rest of Lower Decks. I love that show so much. I haven't watched it. It looks really cool, but I feel like I probably need to have a better working knowledge of Star Trek before I would really get the most out of it. Because I've really only watched like a bunch of scattered original series episodes and like the first 2 seasons of The Next Generation. There's just so much Star Trek, man. There's so much Star Trek. It's like One Piece. Like, Star Trek is One Piece for American nerds.
So if we use those numbers from the Resistance camp as coordinates, yeah, we're pretty much standing right on top of whatever they're pointing to.
I guess not just Americans. I don't know. English-speaking nerds? I don't know how popular Star Trek is in other languages. Entirely possible that it's very popular in other languages, and I would make a fool of myself. Oh! Yeah, lifelong British Star Trek nerd fan. Fair. Don't mind me, just getting some emotes. Hey Maeve, what's up? How you doing? It's good to see you. I like all those. I need to go and harass Vero about fixing the hands on my double flip-off emote that I can only put in the Discord because it won't be allowed on Twitch. Type 4O Lance, Virtuous Contract, Type O Lance, Virtuous Contract. Oh, right, I only get 2 weapon sets. Understood. Medium recovery, small recovery. Bottom massage, bottom massage. I think it's funny without getting the references, but it's so much richer of an experience if you know Star Trek really well. That's kind of what I figured, you know? But if I de-USinate my brain, then I'll have concentrated US essence to dispose of, and the environment doesn't deserve that. Yeah, well, you know. The environment doesn't deserve a lot. Honestly, dude, valid. I probably deserve this shit. What's up? Oh my god, so many redeems. Okay, I'm gonna do this fight first. Zap. I didn't realize 9S also. Ooh. Retrieve. Yes. Whoa. Maybe I do go back to using my machine axe. I don't know. So we do like 12, 60, 26. Let me swap out here. Big axe throw. Let's see. Oh, that wasn't a throw. I still don't know what causes the throw versus what causes the like big swing. I think if we're standing still, it's the throw. No, never mind. So then, does this do the swing? Or is this going to be the... Okay. It does seem to be based on control stick orientation. Whoa! Oh! Oh, it's so cool. Damn. Okay, I don't want to. I don't want to die here. All right, I'm dipping. Peace out, Commander. Have a good one, chat. Good night, Song. We'll catch you later. Thank you for hanging out. Get back to not doing anything. All right, bye, babe. Why aren't you allowed to flip off emote? It is technically TOS, so if anybody reports it, I'll get in trouble. And it'll be removed. It's just down to whether or not it gets noticed. They get removed from some channels and they don't get removed from other channels, but they are generally, I believe at least they generally fall into obscene gestures, which is explicitly banned by Twitch TOS. Almost done, and then I'll do those redeems for Jill. No Discord notifications. We're good on that. Okay. Nope.
Hi.
Huh? What for?
Call it professional curiosity.
Analysis. This machine lifeform's comrades were destroyed. Driven by that grudge, it lured a resistance member to this location. It then proceeded to destroy him.
Are you saying this thing wanted revenge?
Oh, come on now. That concept is far too complex for a machine.
I love the really obvious, like, it's not subtle. Like, I don't, like, if Nier is, if I was going to use one word to describe Nier, it would never be subtle. Like, Nier is very, very overt with the messaging it's trying to, like, convey. The fact that everybody so obliviously, or all of the, like, Yorha soldiers so obliviously, accept, just, like, with their whole ass, that the machines obviously can't be thinking beings because, like, machines are dumb robots, unlike us androids, which are very advanced robots and are totally different than the machines because we were made in God's image. Glory to mankind. You know, like, it's this is they're really making sure that you're seeing the parallels they're drawing. That machine just said, I hate you personally, 2B, because you killed my friend, you big dumb android idiot. And then 9S will be like, no, that can't actually be what it means. It's simply emulating an insult because it's programmed to, for morale effects or whatever.
I wonder if it's the Resistance member we're looking for. Let's check his memory. Seems this one came here looking for revenge as well.
I guess the weaker one lost.
Memory chip. Man's journal. Resistance disappearance updated.
I really hate this. I'm going to feel terrible telling that woman what happened to her friend.
It's the truth. She has to know.
No matter what that truth actually is.
Oh! Could that be more foreshadowing? It's Chekhov's difficult truth, everybody. We're never gonna see that again. They'll never shoot that gun. They just put it there for decoration. We do a little stumble. We do a little fall over. Retrieve. Quick save. Transport. Where do we want to go? Where is our mission? Bum, bum, bum. Jackass's research, current destination, photographs. Look at this graph. There. City ruins near the tower. Sure. Move that. Near the tower, we'll go in there. Photographs, mystery quest. John Paul's melancholy. Oh, that's where we're going. Okay. Transport. City ruins near the tower. Let's go. All right, self-care redeems. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Joe. We'll do this real quick. Whoa. Whoa, hey. Whoa, hey. Oh, it's so hot up here. I'm gonna have to turn the AC back on for a little bit. Look. We're gonna start getting to the part of the year where I'm gonna have to like start tying my hair back. Of course it is. You're up there. Thanks. What have we got? What have we got? It's a hydrate, right? And then it's a stretch, and then it's an uwu. I'm also gonna eat some of this bagel. I left my TV watching snacks on the ground. That was a very dramatic hydrate, and I appreciate it. Of course, I do my best. Hello. Hello. Oh. Yeah. All right. Work so pretty. Oh, thanks, Serena. Hey. No, skirts really do suit you. Thank you. Thank you. Focus. I don't wear them super often. I've got a couple that I like now. The only problem is I never wear them out because like I prefer to use them for like content. And I get like one laundry day a week, so it's like, all right, I've got 3 skirts that I like. I can wear it now out to go down and get coffee, or I can wear it for stream tomorrow, you know? I need to, I think, like, get a couple more outfits that work together with the skirts and just start wearing them as a habit to get used to it. Go to the goddamn thrift store? It's so hard to find things that fit me at a thrift store, Jill. I know it's not your aesthetic, but I've said before you look fabulous in skirts. It's why I push for them. Thank you. I really like when I'm wearing skirts. It's just hard for me to conceptualize myself looking good in a skirt still. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. I'm getting some outfits that I really like.
Say, 2B,
That I use skirts for.
when do you think you'll be willing to call me Nines?
9S works just fine.
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, poor 9S.
Man, this job can be pretty rough sometimes, huh?
We don't get to choose our assignments. And you should work on keeping your opinions in check. Yorha aren't allowed to be emotional, remember?
I think some of us are better at that than others.
Damn, okay. I feel like I'm in the preamble to a depressive hole where my brain is like, which of her many issues should I hyperfixate on to ruin this bitch's night? I get that. I feel that. I have similar issues often. Why does 2B hate 9S now? What? She always has. She's always been like that. Now, a 2B is a conflicted tsundere who doesn't know she's a tsundere. 2B's behavior is, I believe, intentionally inconsistent. Not on her part, but on the writer's part. Maybe set as a dono goal for some new fits. So, I struggle with doing dono goals because since this is... I'm not quite, like... Maybe this is a misconception on my part, but I'm not quite big enough to where I can set a dono goal and expect it to be reached within a certain time frame. And if a dono goal takes too long to achieve, then I have to like set all of my money from stream aside to fulfill that dono goal, potentially a month or 2 months down the line. And since streaming and content creation on my other site are my primary like methods of income, that locks up like a really big section of my daily operating costs in like a future project. So like once I get like this is just talking about like the finances of like running this like a business. Hey streamer, here's money, don't use it to feed yourself. Yeah, kind of, yeah. That's where it gets difficult, right? Is like so I like doing I do goals on like subathons because there's specific events with like an expectation that you go into it, like you kind of go into a subathon expecting people to be spending money, but then you have to be careful about how often you do them, because like if you do it too often, you're going to drain everybody's accounts and you're not going to be like, even people who want to be giving you their money all the time don't have infinite money to give you. So you have to be careful about how you, this is just like externalizing how it is from like my angle. When and how I monetize my channel is important, both from like keeping myself fed and getting nice things for me, and for like not overly taxing the people who are interested in supporting me, you know? 2 things. 1, start with small, simple dono goals. 2, you can do, if I get X money by time I'll thing goals, which is, yeah, probably the most important one. 3, even if people have donated for something, you can have a conversation with chat about repurposing it. Okay, 3 things. Yeah, that's fair. Infinite money. Yeah, I wish. So yeah, I've done dono goals in the past, and I've used some of that, specifically CRJ, but it's like, I don't know, like, I generally, like, if it's like a smaller dono goal thing, usually I'll just buy it for myself anyway. So maybe I should just stop doing that and start using it as dono goals, you know? I don't know. But I will take that advice under advisement. I will include that in my sort of methodology going forward. Find a weak-willed wealthy person and dominate their soul? Well, yeah, obviously that's the end game goal, Kat, but, you know, we have to work with what we've got, you know?
This must be the commercial structure Pascal
Also,
was
your
talking
local
about.
gens policy is always to set the dono goal to twice the price of the item. I usually do that. But that does bring its own set of problems in, you know? I don't think I usually do twice the item necessarily. It depends on the item's cost, but I do include in a dono goal like a certain level of cushion so that I can spend the money that I'm getting on things like food and gasoline. Very expensive gasoline. Have the high heels I brought for you arrived? No, they're on the way though. I had forgot to press the order button, so I ordered, so I went to go and order, the other Kill 6 Billion Demons volumes for myself from Amazon as like a treat for doing well lately. And I saw that the shoes were still in the cart, so they were ordered on Sunday. They should be coming in this week. Hey Mark, if I can impose, can I ask you about where you are in Symphony of War? I'm on chapter 18, and honestly, I've forgotten most of the story at this point. I've beaten the game. I've beaten Symphony of War before. I am currently... Oh, gee golly. I don't remember the chapter number I'm on. I'm leaving the quest area because I'm chatting. I don't remember the quest area I'm on anymore. Or the quest area, the chapter I am on in Symphony of War. I could describe the events of the chapter I'm on. But I'm pretty far in. I'm probably like 70% of the way through on my current playthrough. There's gotta be a way to climb up this shit that I am just not seeing. Okay, well, thanks. What? You could give a follow-up question, like, do you want me to describe the events? Oh, thank you for letting me know. Okay. Oh, all right. I misunderstood. I thought the okay, well, thanks was like, that didn't answer my question at all. And I was like, why? What? I tried. I'm sorry. Okay, so I don't think I can get in here. All right. I think this is a fool's errand that I'm on. There must be another way to get around there. How do I get to you? Tell me your secrets. Jean-Paul's additional falls in the amusement park in the desert. Find these two fans, then give their presents to Jean-Paul. Jackass's research, resistance experience, investigating communications, half-wit inventor, speed star, photographs. What is my current... How do I get in there? Am I crazy? Swear I'm not nearly that aggressive, not even passive aggressive. Yeah, that's just my anxiety. Trump invades Iran, gas prices nearly double in a matter of weeks. Several streamers I know announced they will be doing subathons in the near future, some pre-planned, some seemingly out of nowhere. Is there a connection? Yes. We need to be able to drive places. I guess Misty, if we're talking about Symphony of War, have you got past like the first major twist involving your main character? The player character's narrative arc? How involved are you with the Church of Dinar? Have you got wings yet? You have to be careful with your pet's Tweemer. She may act all hard-ass and tomboyish, but her emotional stability has the rigidity of heated fudge. It's true. It's all a show, you know? I just have a very elaborate mask. Yes, and I swear I'm missing like half a dozen units to boot. You probably are. You have to recollect, oh shit. I'm sorry, Pig, I didn't mean it. After that happens, it's kind of a process. There's a few missions you have to go through where you don't have access to your full army, but you will recover your squads and like hero units that you had before that the like mid-game low point there. The Act 2 low point. God forbid there be public transit throughout the U.S. God forbid we move people with solar and nuclear-powered electric vehicles. I know. I mean, like, literally, you know? God forbid it. That's why we have to drink oil straight from the nozzle, you know? Go up to the gas tank, go up to the gas pump. You put $12 of gas to 2 whole gallons right down the gullet. Like God intended. Goes downstairs to fetch a bottle of water. Returns without water. I do that all the time. Someone's here to try out the new combat wonder drug. I've already handed it out to a few folks. And man, is it ever popular. One taste and you're hooked for life. And yeah, it sounds bad when I say it like that, but your YoRHa buddies don't seem to mind. Sure, there's some side effects like a horrifying, destabilizing effect on one's psyche, but none of that should be a problem for combat-focused models like you. Anyway, first round's on me. Check it out and let me know what you think. Oh. Uh-oh. If you want more, go visit the YoRHa unit in the Oasis in the Desert. She was asking for the recipe, so I'm sure she's cooking up a stash of her own. So how do I get in there? New quests there, new quests there. Really want to get into this doorway. I don't know. Mysterious letter. It must just be locked until further, Desert Housing Complex. We'll just go there, finish Jean Paul's Melody, go back to Pascal's Village. I'm just gonna knock out side quests. I'm just gonna go and complete side quests. That's gotta be the mission. Got to be the mission. Have you found any other hidden weapons for 2B? Yeah, I've got a couple. I like nuclear power. I'm not sure why people are so afraid of nuclear waste when you can just bury it in a geologically stable region. There are a lot of legitimate concerns for why you don't want to be burying a lot of nuclear waste out in different places in the world. It is not a... It is kicking the can really far down the road in a really bad way. It doesn't mean... I'm not, like, strictly against nuclear energy, but I do understand... Whoa. Hi, guys. Like, there are legitimate arguments to be made about its mass adoption that don't boil down to, like, gas good, nukes bad. I had to put gas in my tank today and didn't realize gas had finally pushed $4 a gallon here yet. It bummed me out once I audibly said, God, I hate this fucking country. Then looked down at the side of the pump to see a sticker of a shocked Wario that just said, oh my God. Julia, up here in the mountains, and it's a little cheaper in town, but up here in the mountains at the gas station near our house, it is $6 for regular. Regular gasoline is $6 a gallon. Is this the great America that I was told about? Is this it? Have we did it? Is America great again? Were we looking for great gas prices like vast? Yeah, whoa, yeah. We try not to drive. I did put gas in my tank. I said this before, it makes me laugh that a lot of Americans have been complaining that the price of fuel has hit $5 a gallon. Us Brits have had it at roughly that price for years. Okay, now, counterpoint, Chris. That is for your economy, and if it's been roughly that price for years, that means it's stable and thus relatively normal. We are a major gasoline production, like we produce a lot of gas and we import a lot of gas, we export a lot of gas, but we use gas primarily as a method of stabilizing our currency rather than making it super accessible. It also, gas prices in America are often manipulated by the government because of how reliant the United States is on like self-driving infrastructure, you know, cars, freight trucks, things like that. So the effects of fluctuation in gas in America, not saying that gas fluctuating anywhere is a good thing or like particularly like fun, like huge fluctuations like that in America immediately causes everything to like ripple effect out and get worse really fast. Nuclear waste is not as big an issue as the gas industry wants us to believe, but it's also not a non-issue, which I see it presented as a lot. I like this lady's little mask. Ack! Huh? You came here from Master Jean-Paul's village, didn't you? I can tell. I can smell him on you. Okay, that was weird. Jean-Paul is wonderful. He pursues new knowledge with a passion that is almost indescribable. I admire him as I do no other. You have issues. And you clearly lack a discerning eye. I bet men take advantage of you all the time. Wow, fucking bitch. You're not wrong, but like, you didn't have to come out and say it like that. Not exactly. Oh, heads to Discord? Thanks, sorry. Also, the smoke from coal-fired power stations is more radioactive than they like to admit. That does not surprise me at all. And we will be able to recycle it even better in the future and not just have to treat it as waste. Theoretically, conceptually, potentially, however, and this is the same conversation I have with people about a lot of tech stuff. Saying we'll solve the problem later is not solving the problem. There's also the issue of I don't trust private interests to safely operate power plants in a mass adoption scenario. Like, these had better be nationalized and closely scrutinized because like, I've worked for enough companies, I've worked for enough corporations, I've worked for enough corporations that work as contractors for the government to know they cut a lot of corners in places they shouldn't. And I don't like that when it comes to a nuclear reactor, you know? I think there's a lot of infrastructure work we have to do, in the background before I would be comfortable going, yeah, let's build a whole bunch of nuclear reactors all over the place. Good night, Captain. Good night, Jillian. We'll see you later. If I remember correctly, molten salt reactors are incredibly safe. If that's the case, that rules. And if we can, you know, have those be the primary bulk of it, that also rules. And in that case, I am in favor of it. I heard about all of these big companies, like, recommissioning nuclear power plants, like old ones, or building new ones, specifically to power AI data banks, and I was like, this sounds like a terrible idea. Any century now, we really will have fusion power. Any century now. We keep almost getting there, and then there's another problem, or another problem, or another problem. I found something that Master Jean-Paul is sure to be interested in. Please take it to him with all speed.
Hey, 2B. I've been thinking about something.
All that said, I would rather heavily invest in wind, solar, and hydroelectric than just start building atomic power plants everywhere, or nuclear power plants everywhere. Now, somebody could come to me and give me a solid pitch that could change my mind on that. I'm not like hard anti-nuclear power plant. I'm just not confident that we will do it as safely as needs to be done to make it a stable power source. on a systemic scale. Solar is where I'd like priority to be right now. Me too. Absolutely, I agree. Nuclear is so much better than coal. It's cleaner, just as safe, cheaper to run, as you only have to refuel it once in a decade rather than constantly. Yeah, and I agree on that. Anything that gets us away from like coal and like natural gas, petroleum, coal, like fossil fuels, I'm pretty much in favor of. I would just rather focus on wind and solar generally to try and start alleviating the burden. And again, if we can do it safely, I'm super in for nuke. Nuclear-powered cargo vessels would be really nice as well. I am super concerned about that. That one, I don't even like military vessels having nuclear reactors on them. I mean, like, it's better than burning a whole bunch of diesel, but like, ships sink, like, pretty often. Even the ones that are working really hard to not sink. The idea of nuclear-powered tankers sounded really great 6 weeks ago. Yeah. We're genuinely making progress on fusion power. We're above unity yield. Next step is to make it produce more energy than it costs to build as well as to run. Oh, I know. I follow fusion stuff. I think it's fascinating. Genuinely very excited whenever I see a new breakthrough on it, but also not something I want to rely on in the immediate future, you know?
What?
I am in favor of funding the shit out of it, though.
I don't know, glorified?
That's certainly one way to put it.
The nice thing about nuclear fusion is the only waste product is helium, which we could, you know, always use more of anyway. We need to be doing all at the same time. Right, well, like, and that's kind of the thing, you know, like, I'm down for slashing our military budget and just going into renewable and long-term energy sources. And healthcare. I would love healthcare. I believe the French are currently leading the pack when it comes to fusion. I remember I read something about fusion. I think that what you're talking about there, the unity yield thing, that announcement I think was maybe like a year ago at this point. I have a really shady grasp on timelines, but that was pretty cool when I heard about that. Fusion power just does seem to be one of those things that's like, it's always 10 years away, you know? And that doesn't mean we're not making progress on it, but it's an extremely complex problem to solve, and I don't personally get super, like, excited about it as, like, an imminent thing, because I hate being disappointed. It's a three-way race between China, Europe, and the USA last I checked. That tracks. I believe I also like wind, solar, tidal power, geothermal. I like many of these types of energy sources which do not burn the wonder plastic making petroleum. Yeah. But the US must bomb brown kids for the country and stuff. Yeah, well, you know. Our country's built on oppressing people that are just a little different than us, and calling it God's will, you know? So that's gonna be something that's really difficult to wind back. We should be working on winding it back. I do my best to try and chip away at that where I can, but that's a fucking hydra that we've got. It's gonna be difficult to untangle that from the soul of America. It's like, I don't know. It's not dissimilar from like the Roman Empire not in like structure or specifics, but in like Rome started to fall apart when it stopped expanding because it expanded to loot places and give their soldiers land, and it was a loot-based economy. You know, it was a conquest economy. America does a lot of the same things. We fuel our economy by causing problems in other places and selling people the solutions. And then, you know, getting really, really favorable resource deals in the wake of conflicts, and whether economic or like military, and it's gonna be really painful stopping that. That's not me saying we shouldn't do it, but shit's gonna get rough before it gets better in the process of like trying to detangle imperialism from the heart of the United States. Tritium being a radioactive hydrogen isotope is used in various industries, so that may actually be a benefit. Could be. Here's the thing, not receiving widespread coverage. China has announced a supercritical CO2 turbine. This is a big deal for any heat-based form of generation. Oh yeah? That's exciting. What if, and hear me out on this, we burn the entire system to the ground? Well, do you have the do you have the organization for it? I'm in. If you can hand me some hand me a pamphlet, tell me where to go. You know, particularly as a trans woman, I'm not really a big fan of the idea of a lone actor going out and making some big self-immolating statement so that I maybe get thrown into jail and V-coded. Turns out violence is an effective suppressant on revolutionary activity. Oh god, I saw a post that Trump put out that made it look like he was comparing himself to God. Like I thought he couldn't get any lower. Oh, he's been doing that forever. Are you kidding me? A whole bunch of his base genuinely believe that he is like the incarnation of Jesus's will returning to like fight the Antichrist. Like that's not even that. Like religious delusions run through the evangelical base like to its core. You know, I still suffer from religious delusions, and I am an atheist. Like, they hammer that shit hard into you. He does that all the time. Yeah, he does that all the time. Speaking as someone who's fucked without medication, I'm against the collapse of civilization. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I don't know, I stand at the really annoying line of wanting to be like hyper-mobilized and aggressive about political activity and recognizing that nothing that I can do right now will do much other than get me held up as like an example of violent transgender ideology that will actually just cause more of a problem than it helps, you know? Evangelicals literally want the end of the world so Jesus will come back. They literally see global warming and war as a good thing. Yeah, unironically. I mean, like a consistent talking point in evangelical circles is that like the Israeli-Iranian conflict, or the U.S.-Israeli-Iranian conflict, is like the first shots in the Battle of Armageddon. You know, like every time a new war in the Middle East starts, especially a war linked to Israel, they like jizz their pants over it because their like doomsday prophecy is about a war in a great coalition war in the home of Christianity for the soul of mankind. You know, my family talked the same shit when we were going into Iraq in 2003. You know, same with Afghanistan. Like it's the fucking same thing over and over and over and over again. It's like a not insignificant part of the reason that America is so intrinsically linked with the political and military structure of Israel is a religious one. Like evangelical Zionists are some of the most like vocal Zionists in America. The really scary dimension on fundamentalism is the people who believe the rapture comes after Armageddon, and for Armageddon there has to be a war to end all wars and actually want World War III. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yep. Yeah. I come from that kind of evangelical doomsday cult. That's why I call it a cult. That's not exclusively why I call it a cult. More than just beliefs go into something being a cult. It's how they control people and form in-group, out-group dynamics and manipulate the way you think. But all of that happened too. But the doomsday shit is fucking real. Like it's why like I'm never surprised when this comes out because I was in it, you know? I think we were all typing simultaneously. I think so, yeah. Can you please just take this present already? A gift. Let me see. Here you go. Ah yes, fascinating. The machine who gave this to us said you were both suspicious and alluring. It seems this so-called gift is nothing more than a piece of unadorned glass. Therefore, I can only surmise that... do you want us to bring a message back to the woman who gave this to you? For a mere trifle, no. Okay then. Let's go. I have another present for you. A present? Of what sort? It's a fossil. One of your followers asked us to deliver it to you. I see, I see. She said you were indescribably passionate when it came to learning, or something like that. A mechanical fossil, no use at all. Do you want us to tell her anything on your behalf, or... I will not waste words on mere junk. Junk? Jean-Paul doesn't seem to appreciate these presents he's getting. I suppose we should go tell his followers exactly what he thinks of them, huh? They'll be waiting for some kind of reply. Really scared dimensional fundamentalism? Oh no, okay. I talked about this in therapy today. I cried about it. Yeah, it's rough. You know, it's not great. Whoops, I did not mean to lock on to you. I'm so sorry, machine friends. Quick save, transport, Desert Camp Housing Complex. Suspicious and alluring. Oh, so they've met Merc then. It's a good way to describe me. I like that. I appreciate that. They have no desire to make the world a better place because they legitimately believe Jesus is coming back next week. That's actually a conversation I had with my parents the last time I talked to them in person. I was expressing my frustration with how apathetic they were about, like, everything. Particularly them trying to pretend that they weren't conservative anymore or didn't watch the news or, were like, oh, well, why do you care how we voted? And I was like, because there's actively things like negatively affecting me and the people that I care about that you, last I checked, were openly supporting. So like, do you still? And they're like, I don't see why any of this matters. I mean, like, you know, this is all transient existence anyway. We're all going to be like, we're all going to be equal in God's eyes when we die. So why try to make anything different now? I mean, you can't change anything. You're just one person. And it's like, oh, great. Awesome. I love that. That's my favorite kind of philosophy. Especially since you're still actively hurting me with your actions while telling me it doesn't matter because we'll all be in heaven or whatever. Oh, God. It's fucking maddening. You there, delivery boy. Pray tell me what Master Jean-Paul thought of my present. He called it a useless piece of junk. Such cruelty. I've barely the words for it. When I think about his wanton sadism, it makes me... Oh my God, she's a little freak. I love her. Okay. Quick save. Map mode. Where is the others? The other Jean-Paul is at the amusement park. Where is the amusement park? Pascal's village. The ruins near the tower. Photographs. I think we just go. I guess I haven't found a I haven't actually found a transmat into the amusement park, so I have to go to Pascal's village and go from there. Back to the village. Merc's parents sound like such insufferable people. They're maddening to deal with because they're intelligent and self-aware enough to know better. Like most people who act like this. And they are, if I wasn't raised by them, and like, if they hadn't taught me all of the ways that they like win arguments or like try to convince you that they're right, like I would probably be a lot more susceptible to falling for their like charm, you know? Like I learned a lot of really valuable shit from them, especially in how to interact with people. It's just maddening watching them try to use these like really basic, I'm using this in as neutral a way as possible, but like kind of manipulation tactics to like, and I don't know, even like some like thought stopping methods on somebody who like figured out what was going on like a decade ago. It's really annoying because I don't think they even know they're doing it, because they kind of run into their own like soft lock when I bring up that that's what's going on. Because that's how cult thinking works, you know. Like if you end up expanding outside of the like specific purview of like the, it's not a script, but like the how do you explain it? There's like approved lines of thinking. And if you stray outside of the approved lines of thinking, you stop thinking about it because that's like dangerous and heretical, you know? This is not the right way. I'm sorry you're going through that still. I'm still very much of the belief that the people who hold those schools of thought will find themselves at odds with Jesus when they return. Yeah, you know, maybe. You know, I'm not making a theological argument about it, really. And I know that it's not like every religious person or even every Christian by a long shot. But it is like a very real, you know, school of thought, like theological splinter, you know? After the last election, I told my grandmother I hated her and that she didn't love me no matter how much she thought she did, because you can't vote to destroy trans people and say you love me. I had some similar conversations. I actually, one of the things that this like big sort of final farewell letter that I've been working on for my mom, it's done. I just need to do some minor corrections to really make sure that it's, I don't know, to my level of quality, I suppose, is basically exactly that. Just being like, hey, this is why I'm not talking to you anymore. And unless this changes radically, I'm going to continue not talking to you. My mother, over the decades, got lazy about thinking. A few years back, she outright claimed it was bad to think too much because it wore your brain out. Now she has Alzheimer's, and I'm not 100% sympathetic. Yeah, I as somebody who has a family history of Alzheimer's and already has memory issues, I am very much in the camp that it's a lot better to overthink than underthink. As long as I'm thinking, I know that I'm still, like, my brain's still working, you know? One of my biggest personal issues with like AI and large language models, even like beyond the environmental effects, beyond the fact that I find it insulting as an artist, is that it is doing it's outsourcing thinking to a lot of people, and in certain specific utilizations that is not a bad thing, you know, like having an analytical AI assisting in scientific research or like medical procedures, taking care of a lot of like the mundane calculations or like minute specifics as an instrument to like guide and assist a professional doing something, a professional that can check its work and understand when something is going wrong. Like, that's good. That's helpful. Asking ChatGPT what you think you should eat today because you're undecided is not good.
This place looks familiar. Oh, right. It's from that woman's
Because
photograph.
it
I'll be sure to get her the coordinates.
it's not like you're doing it so that you can, like, at least not in any experience that I've seen. You're not like when you're offloading like basic tasks to, and one, unreliable, two, often willfully deceptive, and three, just like impassive, like a product designed to please you. You descend into this like state where you're just not capable. You're not capable of analytical thought in the same way that you used to be. Like it atrophies, you know? Like empathy, analytical thought is an active effort and a skill that you have to cultivate and consistently like sharpen if you want to maintain it. Everyone else in my mother's side of the family are/were thinkers. I'm reasonably comfortable I can avoid that at least. Yeah, that's I have a similar hope. Rapture is not a good thing. This is theological. This is a theological discussion. Whether or not a rapture is or isn't a good thing is purely philosophical. Asking AI what to eat this evening sounds relatively harmless, all things considered. It's an example of a broader pattern of behavior. Asking AI what you should eat tonight is not implicitly itself like it's technically value neutral. It's when you start offloading more and more and more of those little decisions that you make every day onto a computer that is just an aggregate of like crawled data. It has a deleterious effect on your ability to navigate your day yourself, you know? Choosing what to eat is a pretty harmless, small thing on the nose of it, you know? But always offloading that onto something else that isn't even capable of knowing who you are or what you like or anything like that, it's like a form of self-lobotomization, and it progresses usually. Like, it's how you get people coming into a pharmacy arguing with their doctor about the fact that their drugs don't actually work because they asked ChatGPT if they should take them, and it came back with some sort of outrageous answer. Those small things build up and compound. I think having a list of things you want to make, then at the most random number generator to choose. Asking a simple question would be harmless if it wasn't draining a lake to cool the computer that runs the algo. No, see, actually, that's my argument, Tep. I think that asking AI a simple thing, divorced from like the effect of how an AI works, or how a large language model works, is like asking it a question is fine. Like, it's not like if you ask ChatGPT what you should eat for dinner, like one time, you have irrevocably damaged your ability to think. But consistently relying on a large language model AI to make small decisions for you does have a deleterious effect on your ability to make small decisions. Like, it atrophies it builds up, you know, like it corrodes on you. Or it corrodes you. If you boil every decision into flipping a coin, you end up being as smart as a coin. I think that's a good way to put it, yeah. Sometimes flipping a coin is totally fine. If you flip a coin for every decision you make over the course of a day, you're going to go insane. Especially if you believe that coin is actively making choices for you with your best interest at heart. You know? Like, that's the problem. It is not, the coin itself is technically value neutral. The reliance on the coin becomes the issue. I'm sorry, I'm gonna Dune post for a second. The danger of a machine made in the image of a human mind is not the machine itself, but that once you have handed over your will and ability to care for yourself, it will allow other people with machines to oppress you. And that sounds like a really extreme extrapolation from, hey, ChatGPT, should I have pizza or sushi tonight? but it's a compounding effect. You want to give married to your girlfriend, Stephen Camacho, right now? Yes or no? Give me an answer. Give me $100 and I'll give you an answer. How's that? Some of the arguments against AI honestly sound the same as don't use search engines, learn how to research properly, and don't use desk calculators, learn mental arithmetic arguments that went before. There may be ways in which they make life easier, which look bad to those of us who grew up without it. I think we've got to be careful to focus on definitely bad aspects of AI. Well, that's why I'm saying, like, the single thing itself is not that bad. In the same way that you can't, like, using a calculator to assist you on something is not a problem. Granted, your calculator doesn't lie to you, but that's a different issue. The problem comes when, you know, and a calculator is a good example. A calculator, when used appropriately, like, it is a tool. You know, it's just a tool. It's an average tool that you use. Using a calculator for literally every single math problem removes your ability to do math. Like, and maybe that is something that you don't see as a big problem. And like, I'm not anti-calculator, but like, ChatGPT is a lot more insidious than a calculator. Calculators are great, but having the foundation of how to do math is needed. Right, like you should know how the math works, at least on like a basic level. And even if you don't, calculators are at least almost 100% accurate as long as you put in the right information. AI is not. And we're also talking about subjective choices. You know, giving up your own subjective will to a machine is the problem that I have. Like a reliance on it, a consistent pattern of behavior, of surrendering your decision making to, again, something that is a product designed to please you and make you like it. Like that's what it's built for. Like it lies to you, it manipulates you. Like it's built to do that. That's not me like making things up about it. Like that is an issue. You set yourself on a path that is guided by a tech company. And I do have a little bit of an issue. Like you can call me a Luddite for that, but I think that's a problem. The big problem with AI is that though one could build an AI that has a theory of mind and understand its limitations, there's no economic incentive for the mainstream ones to do that. They'd rather give a confidently wrong response. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The people who are running the large language models are the core of the problem and does not change my stance on it, you know? On 2 occasions, I have been asked, "Pray, Mr. Babbage, if you put into the machine wrong figures, will the right answers come out? I am not able rightly to comprehend the kind of confusion of ideas that could provoke such a question." Charles Babbage, 1971 to 1871. Is Babbage one of the people who invented the calculator? Is that what that's all about? Why would I ask a large language model something? It is not intelligent. It is built to capture my dependency for future profit rather than useful, knowledgeable, wise, etc. That is actually a pretty good way to summarize it. Which is why, again, analytical AIs as a tool, I have no problem with. They are, like I said, very effective. They are very cool. They are doing really awesome things in scientific and medical fields, probably industrial fields too, actually definitely industrial fields too, with like structured, purpose-built AI. And that's really neat. That fucking rules. Where am I going? I'm supposed to be talking to a lady. Babbage made what is arguably the first computer, a thing that could perform an iterative series of operations to produce a result. Hell yeah. Did you give my gift to Master Jean-Paul? I must know what he said. He said it was a mere trifle? Such insight, such truth. He sees to the core of things in a way others cannot. I shall follow you for the rest of my days, Master Jean-Paul. That's a long time. Alright, Jean-Paul's melancholy updated.
This is exhausting.
I'm an AI, but in my
all about anyone but himself. And
I love that.
Just keep talking about how great he is. What's the point of all this? And what's he even getting out of it?
I love that Jean-Paul gets censored every time. That's so funny. Ada Lovelace, beloved. Oh, his assistant, Ada Lovelace, is widely regarded as the first ever programmer? Fuck yeah. Hey, Mark, I'll have a blessed day. I'm gonna boil away today off and try again tomorrow. Going to go boil away today off and try again tomorrow. Oh, you're gonna take a hot shower and de-stress. Okay, look at that. I translated. I got there. Have a good night, Misty. We'll catch you later. Sleep well. Damn, that zone is so loud. Whoops, wrong way for the alligators. Uh-oh. Fun fact, Ada Lovelace's father was Lord Byron. Wait, like the Mary Shelley Lord Byron? That Lord Byron? Rad. Oh.
Yeah.
How do I get out of here? No? What have I done? Trapped in the sewer. I trapped myself in a sewer. I don't know how to get out of the sewer. Does this bring me back up to where I was, or is this a new place? Ah! Excellent. Okay. Oh, the parade! Let's do the parade. Let us show everyone the power of friendship. Through violence. We're going to show the world our peaceful ways, by force if necessary. Weren't they level 30 or so? Yeah, but I've been fighting level 30s a lot more often. Wow, these are going to be a bit of a doozy. Oh my god, they're all fucking dead. Alright, yep, nope, I'm still not strong enough for this. Alright, so we will go back and try that again another time. That was a mistake. I made a mistake there. That's on me. Those people died for my errors. Happiness to all. Mark, want to know a fun fact about C++? You may or may not already know it. Sure, hit me with it. I'm not really any good at computer coding stuff, but... Whoa! Hey guys!
We've got company.
That's not very cash money of you.
Jamming signals detected from enemy units.
Yeah?
That's not good.
Ah, these guys think they're hot shit. I haven't even broke out the missile launcher yet, and you're all cooked. Oh, nope. I'm not supposed to be on that. I have made a minor tactical error. Yeah. Oh man, that's rough. It almost looked really cool. There are so many of these guys. I would like my item, please. You motherfuckers. Never mind. No item for me, I guess. Are you carrying a torch? What's up, dude? Oh, you're bad. Why did the camera look up that way? No? It was just, letting me know that the last of the enemies were dead, I guess. Every line / sentence / command ends with a semicolon. So while we'll use multiple lines and spacing to make it look nice, technically you could put a 3,000 line program all in one line, provided you use the semicolons and brackets right. You know, I didn't specifically know that that was a quality of C++, but I have run into that before with modding dedicated servers for like video games. In fact, I had to do that for a Project Zomboid server that I've been trying to get set up for my friends. And it stresses me the fuck out because it's just like it's a really simple like version of it. I just have to put like the workshop IDs and stuff for like name and workshop ID of the mods separated by semicolons in like a string that just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. And you're right, troubleshooting it is awful. I hopefully I can break it up into a few like paragraphs now that I know that little detail bit about it, and that could be pretty cool. Rick's stuck in the hole. Yeah. It happens. I get stuck in the hole every now and then. Just get trapped. What else can we do here?
Enemy machine.
Enemy machines. Fucked up parade escort. Don't know what that is. Is that down here? Maybe we explore this some.
Access point returned to functioning status.
I don't think it's C++ specific, but I learned about it while in a C++ class. Gotcha.
Back online. Good job.
I have some information about that, Commander.
Go on.
The access point went offline because machine life forms were jamming it.
Which means they know that facility is one of our network terminals.
Yeah, but that's not all. While they knew it was connected to our network, they didn't try to destroy it. It's almost like they were trying to lay a trap.
Damn. They're getting smarter by the day. Thank you. I'll be sure to share this with the Council of Humanity on the moon.
Understood.
Back to the AI idea. Ooh, good, I love these. Much like working out all appendages except one, the one appendage suffers and becomes atrophied, much like the brain of any individual that uses AI for far too much. AKA atrophied brains are now way to live. No, that really is what it is. Like, it's not like, I think that's a good way to put it, you know? Like, it's not like it's going to it's probably not going to single-handedly, like, unravel your ability to think critically or something like that, but it erodes pieces of, like, the toolkit that you have, you know? Especially when the tool that you are using is unreliable and inconsistent and biased. And, you know, there's a philosophical idea to be argued of, like, if we created, like, a fully realized godlike AI that was capable of, like, if it was benevolent and capable of guiding individual humans on a scale and, effectively on a large scale, like, would you want to live in a society that, you know, basically treated you as vestigial livestock that was just meant to be like house pets, you know? Like, in the same way that, like, you know better how to keep your cat alive than your cat knows how to keep itself alive. It's not to say it's completely, like, incapable, but a domestic house cat is not a wild cat. You know, it is not, it lacks those skills, it lacks those abilities. And it can relearn them, but it's not a guarantee. And it's sort of a similar thing, and this is talking about, again, a much more, like, stable, well-designed, beneficial, like, the ideal vision of, like, offloading your decision-making onto AI. Even in that, like, theoretically perfect scenario, I think there are plenty of arguments to be made against doing that, you know? Maybe you fall on the side of that would actually rule, and that would be cool. And if it was something that you could, like, engage with, fully informed, and be like, yeah, I'm down, let's do that. Cool, awesome. I personally would probably fall outside of that. Like a tree that's grown indoors without wind, it'll be weak and fall over. It needs the wind to be strong. Brains need to think to be strong. Exactly. I was really hoping there would be something down here, but there isn't. Much like all book knowledge versus all street sense, one needs both. Yeah, apes together strong. Yes. I mean, I guess you can see actually the echoes of this kind of idea. In the same way, you can offload a lot of your personal, like, individual decision making to a machine that's capable of doing it for you. Like, we already have structures that are similar to this. Like, that's functionally what traditionalism is. Like doing something just because, like, a model tells you to is offloading your decision making onto something else. Like, if you don't want to analyze your, like why you do a certain thing, you just go, well, it's the way that my parents did it, it's the way that the people around me did it, like, so that's the way I'm going to do it. They have collectively made that decision for me. I don't need to reanalyze, or I might go further to say society. I was actually going to do exactly that in, like, my next line song was I was going to say society is functionally in kind of like a really, we're dealing with some, like, kind of abstracted, we're looking at the big picture here, we're looking at structures, we're looking at themes, we're looking at through lines. Society is kind of a form of non-human intelligence, or rather, like, collective consciousness. Like, social rules do similar things that handing your decision-making off to an AI does. And we spend a ton of time and spill a ton of ink worrying about and refining how social rules work, because that's exactly that. It is a collective agreement on which small decisions or even big decisions to hand off and not worry about. And so a reliance on AI separates you from that, like, social engagement and conflict with, like, what decisions you just passively don't worry about engaging with, and it puts the entire onus of that onto a computer that wants to sell you energy drinks and tucking underwear, you know? And I think that's, in a little egg, that's my beef with it. Just alien friends, yeah, no quests in here. Tucking underwear? Yeah, I'm just talking about, those are the kinds of ads I get, you know? I have never purchased a pair of tucking underwear, but I get ads for them all the goddamn always because my computer knows I'm trans, you know? Would an egg be using tucking underwear? Often, yes. Alright, what have we got for quests left? The more you know. Yeah, tucking underwear was one of those like common first stage things that absolutely an egg would do. Like, oh, haha, I just like not having a bulge in my pants, you know, because like it's awkward and stuff, and like I just would rather not do it. Haha, like it's not. I'm not actually like. There's no like other reason that I would maybe like really be interested in like how dancers' belts work. Like, haha. Big egg behavior, not explicitly egg behavior, but big egg behavior. City Ruins Center. That's our next zone. Inquiring minds want to know. I get ads for life insurance, gay cruises, and mortgage refinancing. They think I'm a DILF gay. Gotta keep them guessing. I think what's really one of my favorite algorithm blunders that happens regularly is when the like I don't know, Instagram or YouTube or any sort of TikTok, any of them, when their algorithm sees the things that I do and talk about and am interested in and goes, hey, this must be one of those fascist femboys, right? Let's give them a whole bunch of like really subtly, not so subtly, fascist coded femboy tactical content with some obvious messaging that is not great for them. You and dressed up as a girl for Halloween for the second time, and my friends were like, okay, but why twice? Turns out I have some fluid in my gender? Yeah. Fucking 4chan, I know. I think the worst part is that if you removed the really heinous political takes from it, I probably would like about half of the stuff that gets recommended to me from that. I just have to excise myself from like the entire genre though, because the people who do it are almost all wretched. Me reading the Mayo Clinic page on effects of HRT over and over in a cis way though? Yeah, you know, super cis way. I'm just like super comfortable in my sexuality, you know? Oh, this is right. This is my guy. This is my dude. Fuck. I forgot how to get up there. No! Always watching. We gotta fight the master. Master! Oh my god, he's huge now. He's fucking jacked, dude. Yeah, there we go. Holy crap, and he's got one of the raptor tails. Oh, jeez. Hey, Father Servo. You're looking fucking yoked, my guy. How good of you to grace Father Servo with your presence once again. Such drive is admirable. Well then, do you care to witness the glories of this latest modification? Witness the glories. The Father Servo you knew has passed from this life, my child. Behold his latest incarnation. Robo Dojo, black belt accepted. Oh boy. Oh, he gets like fucking, he's always got boss music, but this boss music's particularly frightening. Zap. Oh god. Oh, wow. I don't think I got this. Really don't. Holy shit! Okay, I can do this. It's just gonna be like really slow. I think it's time to upgrade my equipment when we either die or okay. Oh, come on! I wasn't even allowed to get up on that one. You dick. Was that your Torbeck impression? I think it was halfway between a Torbeck impression and a, what's her name? Roz from, Monsters, Inc. Always watching. You forgot to file your paperwork correctly. Right, Torbeck is pretty similar though, right? Torbeck's like, Torbeck was not aware of the paperwork required in this situation. Torbeck would like a do-over on the forms. Watch out for that third leg. I know, right? 2B's pretty weak to the third leg. This is miserable, dude. It's gonna take me 3 years. 3 years to, okay. Holy shit, dude. If you desire to test yourself anew, Father Servo is happy to oblige. All right, Father Servo. Yeah, that, honestly, fair enough. I'll come back later. You are terrifying to me now. Let's go to the resistance camp and upgrade. You can beat anything as long as you don't get hit. Yeah, simply dodge, idiot. Fucking moron. Very good, Roz and Torbeck. Thank you. He's so advanced, upgraded. Father Servo looking nice. Yeah, is it just me or is Father Servo kind of serving daddy, you know? I don't know. Did that land? That landed. Of course it landed. I'm perfect. I'm flawless. Okay, all right. I'll amend the delivery. It would be Father Servo, more like serving daddy. No? All right, well fine. Fuck you too. Not even a hearty nose chuckle? I can't believe this. You are all outrageous. You're all fired. That was great. God, get out of here. I'm firing myself. Hey, you're back. How did it go? Did you find him or tell her the truth? I'm very sorry, but your friend is dead. You're like a really funny Merc. You're just so pretty. Oh. He was trying to get revenge against the machine that killed his comrades. No. Oh no. But he wasn't strong enough, and the machine ended up killing him instead. Damn the machines. I'll murder them all. Whoa, easy. It's okay. We took out the one that killed your friend. You did? Yes, we did. Which means there's no need for anyone else to go seeking revenge. But what do I do now? I have no one to love and no one to kill. I have nothing. That's not... Come on, 9S. Look, we'll come back, okay? We'll come back and check on you. Yeah. Rough. What's this mission? Hand it over the amusement park photo. This is from the amusement park. I remember having fun there, together. Together? Who are you? Ah, this is amazing. This head is amazing. Put this on and you can see the whole world. Ask me something. Anything. I'm omniscient. I'm omnipotent. Fire a question at me. What's a black box? You're asking me? It's something you, Yorha, have inside you. I'm not that familiar with it. The black box is a fusion reactor installed in all Yorha units. Okay. But we Resistance folks don't know much about its construction. Apparently it uses some kind of mysterious material. Say, maybe you'd let me rip it out of you and take it apart for analysis. No? Hey, fair enough. Can't blame a guy for trying. Ask me something. Anything. No. Yes, can I help you? We need to check something with you, actually. Can you tell us about the Yora soldiers who were stealing your supplies? This is the first I've heard of it. Huh? I mean, we keep our supplies in multiple locations, but so far as I know, nothing's gone missing. I see. Well, thanks. Uh-oh. Could our military government be lying to us?
Actually steal anything. Which means what? 9S to command. Come in.
Operator 210 here. Go ahead.
It's about the Yorha soldiers who deserted.
Copy that, 9S. We've confirmed their status on this end.
No, but I mean, the Resistance says that none of their supplies are actually missing. So what's going on here?
I lack access to the data concerning this mission.
Huh?
The order came from the commander herself.
What? Operator, I don't understand.
Be careful, 9S. I have no further information.
Huh? Operator? Operator? The hell is that all about?
Let's go.
But
Hey,
We're here to
operator.
That's all.
Sorry, I read manhandled and pushed around and got so horny I passed out. Yep. Huh? She's gone. You looking for the lady who was here? Yeah, she left a while ago. Seemed pretty upset about something too, and she was armed to the teeth. Oh no. Hey, I just remembered she wanted to give you something. Here. Oh, all this? Yeah, she said she didn't need it anymore. Uh-oh. Hey, don't ask me. I don't understand women at all. It's not women, she's suicidal. Ah, boy. We could have 2B androids if we focused on fusion instead of oil. I could be a 2B android if we focused on fusion instead of oil. Our military government would never lie to us, Smirk. That would be like the pastor actually being a philanderer, or my boss not having my personal best interests at the forefront of his priorities. I know, that would be outrageous. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if people in authority could just lie to you? Could you imagine if there was a court case that said that they could take money from private interests and lie to you? And that it's okay for both of them, for both of those things? And that it's impossible to hold them accountable for either because they're seen as virtuous qualities in a leader? Wouldn't that be wild? It's a good thing we don't live in that circus clown reality, though. So, no head. It's good that you're so hot. I missed that one, but would it surprise you if I said I get that a lot? You're lucky you're cute has been the a refrain I've run into for a long time. A gay. Something on your mind? Yeah, women, mostly. Sometimes men. Often, whoa! People who fall between as well, or outside of. Between, outside of, around, under, above.
Operator 60 to 2B. Come in, 2B.
I read you, operator. Go ahead.
It looks like the transporter we installed in the city ruins has gone offline. Our surface activity is going to be severely limited until we get it fixed. Can you head over there and get it working again when you have a sec?
Will do.
Thanks, 2B. Sending the details now.
I love the little jumpy boys.
Mail notification received from access point.
Whoa, why does it have to be a mail notification?
Analysis. Non-functioning transporters can result in serious limitations to data uploading and other vital mission activities.
I don't think it's any of your business whether my transporter is functioning or not.
Understood.
Operator. This car. Is old and faded. Sneaks back in after a little firefighting. What kind of firefighting? What kind of firefighting?
Yeah.
Welcome back. My bewitching hour has arrived. Sadly, I will need to get some rest. Big day ahead tomorrow, and yes, I am certain I will have great dreams of long legs to the left of me, long legs to the right of me, and the best long legs in front of me, whilst on bent knees. Damn, okay, hell yeah. Glad to hear it. Another streamer having a bit of an existential crisis? Oh no, bad firefighting! I see. Well, I hope things panned out as well as they can in that situation. You'll do yourself a serious mischief if you fall over with that weapon on your back? It's true. Yeah. You know what? I didn't upgrade my equipment when I was back at the Resistance base. Pigs! Robots!
Alert. Hostile machine lifeforms detected in the vicinity of the non-functioning transporter. Jamming signals detected.
Oh, you don't say.
Transporter malfunction is due to enemy jamming signals. Proposal. Unit 2B should destroy the enemy machines.
That's a really good proposal, Pod. I'll get on that just as soon as I finish destroying the enemy machines.
Is that all of them? Let's check this thing out.
Yeah, not an actual literal burning thing. That was kind of, my brain went to like a video game about firefighting, like Ember or something, but I realize now that the streamer fixing streamer crisis is more likely, yeah.
I don't see any damage.
Analysis.
Only sometimes? You mean there's a chance? There's a chance.
This is Yorha Unit 2B. Connect me to Bunker Operator 60.
Oh, hello, 2B. Operator 60 here.
The transporter was being jammed by machine lifeforms. It should be working now.
Looks green on my end, 2B. Nice work. I'll let Command know right away. I'll also be sending over a little reward for all your hard work.
Roger.
You know, 2B, I'm a little jealous. Don't get me wrong. I know all this fighting isn't easy for you, but you get to see all these new and amazing things out there. It might be nice to visit the surface sometime, you know? That's all.
I see.
Right. Apologies for the unnecessary chatter.
I see.
Operator 60 out.
2B's super neurotypical. I see why she's so popular. You know, aside from the obvious reasons. Weapon trader. It's been tough lately, but it's important to get rest. Make sure you keep your weapon in good order too. Whoa, I have a lot of shit going on here. All right. Type 40 Lance. I need broken batteries and black pearls, which I don't get here. Virtuous Treaty, level 1. I need Beast Hide? I need to go hunt animals? Whatever. Right. Oh, that's big numbers on Virtuous Treaty. Holy shit. Slower attacks than Virtuous Contract, I'm guessing. Okay. This can level up, though. Righto, this weapon is now level 3. That's as far as we can take it here. But there are craftsmen in the world who can raise it to level 4. If I ever met someone like that, I'd want them to teach me all they knew. Come again. I thought about asking if you upgraded, but couldn't remember if you did, and I just blanked it out. No, I completely forgot. I just walked right out after saying that was the whole reason we were coming back. Having said which, that polearm you're carrying appears to hover above your body somehow. Yeah, they all do that. There's even a little floating animation. Can you buy more RAM? That's a good idea. I should also do that. Hold on. You. Shut. Buy. Sold out, sold out, sold out. Storage. 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 That's max, I think. Fuse. Weapon attack up. Weapon attack up. Range defense +1. Range defense 2, range defense 3, evade range up. I don't actually want evade range up. What's deadly heal do? 10% for every enemy defeated? What? Oh my god. What? What? Alright. Hold on. Hold on. Come back anytime. Yeah. Sure. Let me sell all of my dedicated sellables here. Didn't realize they gave me vampire powers. Mackerel caught in the sea can be exchanged for money. Yes. Can be exchanged for money. Precious earrings exchanged for money. Lovely choker. We'll keep that. Natural rubber. 2,500. I don't care. I'm keeping it. It's mine. I'm keeping that. Keeping that. Joker? Yeah. Yup. Let's grab more of these because more restores is good. Come back soon. Customize. Optimize. Equip chips. System? I don't remember. It's getting late and I'm getting sleepy. Shockwave, charge attack. I do like charge attack. Weapon attack up for 15%. Bam. 4%, 2%, 15%. We'll just keep that. What else am I doing here? Defense, range defense 3. We already have. Anti-chain damage. Turn invincible for 2 seconds after taking damage. Oh, that's big. Okay, I don't know if I need that yet. We'll come back for you. Avoid stagger after hits if HP is 80% or more. HP max up 20% extra HP. Sounds good. Deadly heal. Support. Gotta get some support. Oh, I already have that. Auto use item. Okay. Evade range up. Evade range up. Evade range up. I don't actually want evade range up, I don't think. Auto use item 2. What do I have right now? Auto use item 1. Auto use item 2. Get rid of this. Remove. Optimize. Attack? Was there more attack stuff we wanted to check out? No, it was defense. Anti-chain damage. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, cool. That there. That's an OS you can be proud of. Anyway, let's destroy all of our chips. Hey, Ral, what's up? She's a robot in disguise. Why not use that as a weapon? We probably do. Having said with not an actual literal another strong. It's holding the weapon in place. I mean, we do kind of. I think that we use the mysterious technology. It states that we don't know how our own technology works a couple times. And a lot of your more mystical abilities, like your pod AoE abilities or your like effects on your heavy attacks, like your shockwaves and things, I think are kind of hinted at the fact that they're tapping into this weird super tech that you have. It's just that sometimes a really well-designed pointy thing wielded by a hyper-strong android in a skirt is the most effective way to do things. And even if it's not, are you really going to complain? Are you going to take the spear away from her and tell her to not do kickflips in the air while running it through an enemy in a, you know, whoa! Kind of like a pseudo-erotic combat way? Would use a sword or a polearm while dying? Yeah, exactly. Lovely, choker. Punctuation is important. Stay in school. He's got a jetpack! Oh, that hurts my eyes. I love it. Nice work, dude. Lasers. Goodbye, big man. Heyo, nothing much, just hanging. Heard you got some latex though? I did, I got a latex top, and I eventually want to get a latex skirt, but that's probably like either a later this month or a next month thing. Because I gotta wait for some extra budget space to open up. That is not a sword, it's a conducting rod from a hyperluminal surveyor array made from hyperdense post-Newtonian alloys and used swinging it around like a spear. Josiah carried in him the ability to manifest in shape contained fusion reactions, an ability that we barely understood. He used that power to make a sword. I don't know if I want to. I got a little bit of time. What is that a reference to? It's a reference to something that I've written, which itself is sort of paraphrasing a line from Kill 6 Billion Demons, which is, behold, the power to shape creation to your will. Most use it the way that you would an especially sharp rock. Rock. I didn't actually have the "k" sound at the end, so, you know. Lamau, incredible. Yeah. Great. Kill 6 Billion Demons rules. You should read it. Now, personally, I prioritize latex skirt, but people seem to feel a camera not made of cheese is a higher priority. This is why humanity disappoints me. Yeah, that Ozbot was not cheap. It was cheaper than it should have been, because it did that regular thing that I have to start killing pigs. I'm sorry, pigs. I love you, pigs, but I need beast stuff to upgrade my sword. Wow, you do so much damage. Why are you so strong? I guess, like, in a world completely taken over by combat androids and alien machines, only the biggest, baddest boars would live, but, like... He's bad, Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town, meaner than old King Kong. What was it? Bigger than old King Kong? Meaner than a junkyard dog? 'Cause he's bad, Leroy Brown. I think the question is, why is the pig so big, not why it's so strong? Both, you know? In a world, in a world of of alien AR-15s, only 30 to 50 Hogzillas are capable of surviving. The camera will make the latex look better. That is true. It's been years, and also I'm sure those aliens brought some weird DNA messing diseases. It's possible. I was about to say, do you really think that the diseases would have messed with DNA? But that actually does happen. Like, that is like a thing.
Let's try the
some
operator
diseases
again.
do.
9S to operator. We're trying to track down a large gear. Any idea where to start the search?
Why are you looking for... Well, anyway, you can salvage the requested material from smaller machine lifeforms. Finding one intact might prove tricky, however. The part is easily damaged when the machine housing it is destroyed.
Thanks, operator. That's good to know.
Right.
Operator.
Let's go take out some small fry.
Help me
Straight to the
place
point,
this
as always,
call.
2B.
Number on the page is old and faded. Operator. We need to be able to see her more clearly while in the sun skirt. Exactly. The camera was more important. If I didn't also have to get the camera, I could have got the latex skirt. But had to cut down on my my recreation budget. I forgot that half of my money was still held by Twitch until later this month. My way around, we get to admire latex while waiting for the camera. Well, this way around, we have nothing to watch while waiting for the latex to arrive. Except porn, I guess. Yeah, there's still plenty of porn. You know, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You're being so dramatic. This little speedster guy concerns me, but I don't think I have the movement speed to beat him in a fight. I mean, a race. What is a race but a fight for feet? Oh man, you really saved my bacon. I'll take those chips from you now. Thank you. Oh, and I know this isn't much, but please take it. Crushed nut, skill salve, dented plate, large recovery, large good luck. You obtained a pod program. Gravity. Ooh. Glad I can trust you guys. Next time we meet, I'll be sure to introduce you to my family. Retrieve the confidential intel. Crushed nut times 3. What is this person's anatomy? Well, I never said it was his crushed nut. There's more than one way to crush a nut, okay, CRJ? Oops. Need a couple more in this kind of world. I've seen a range of toys available from specialist boutiques. Yeah? You big in nut crusher spaces? Never been my particular drug of choice, but you know, I get you. Thanks for the lurk, Ral. But I saw some images the other day, and this dude defo had 3 balls. Good for him. Retrieve. Totally possible, though rare. Might have been AI. God, I hate how often I have to ask when something that seems odd and interesting is AI or not. Unrealistic moose has not obliterated me entirely. Man, I kind of feel bad about that. 1 beast hide? I have to kill so many mooses! Aw, man, I don't want to kill this many mooses. Like 5 mooses. And I don't think the pigs give me beast hide. I think they just give me boar meat and kick my ass, apparently. Ah! Combat android built by moon humans to fight alien machine life forms. I have destroyed Goliaths the size of apartment complexes. Multiple, in fact. Sometimes more than one at once. But this boar, it terrifies me. What would win? Humanity's greatest hope for survival, or 1 angry piggy? Hey, we don't need to interrogate why people are looking at weird pseudo-pornographic images on what sites they're doing it on, okay? We all have our proclivities. If Chris wants to look at 3 bald individuals, that is his prerogative. No need to interrogate. Kind of tempted to get a Prince Albert the week before bottom surgery when it doesn't matter anymore. Similarly, you could have a debauch night of ball crushing the day before an orchiectomy. Orchiectomy. I could be a killjoy and talk about why those are both bad ideas, but instead I'm just going to let the joke stand. What said he could draw it himself? Well, you don't always want to have to make your own porn, you know? I make the porn I make is for other people, okay? I consume other people's porn for my own gratification. There's something about the act of creation that while I often still take pride in what I've done and I like it and I appreciate it, it's from like a critical standpoint, you know? I can't enjoy it the same way. Welcome back, Ral. I think I am going to start getting us ready to raid out because I am sleepy and I'm having trouble focusing now. Besides, I don't actually have a day off tomorrow, so I need to get myself ready for another stream. I'm gonna have to go do a late night announcement when I wrap up here. You don't like your own porn? No, I do like my. No, I like it. I just don't get the same thing out of it that I do when somebody else makes it. It's like food, you know? Food tastes great if you make it yourself. Food tastes better when somebody else makes it for you. It's just true. It's science and stuff. There's like book learning you can do on it. Food is food. All right, Hook. Okay. All right. All right. Oh, head pats. Ooh, fair. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's kind of like, you know, I like my writing. I think it's really good at this point, where I'm at now. But I'd rather read something somebody else wrote. I get to see their perspective. I get to consume something created by another mind for my enjoyment. Instead of looking at it and going, wow, I really could have done this better, huh? Like, Like, you want to talk about like the issues that I have if I like when this is rewatching any of my content, but especially anything that I make that's pornographic, is like the whole time I'm sitting there going, angle could have been better there. Need to adjust the lighting on that. Damn, I really didn't mix the audio well there, huh? I need to turn the compression down on my mic. Okay, so next time I need to angle this a little bit slightly that way. I can't enjoy it. Like, I'm too busy making I'm too busy iterating on it. But, you know, that's probably a personal issue. I do that same thing with my streaming content. It's part of why I don't post clips right now. I get so anxious when I go into edit and try to, like, pull clips out. My best creative writing is achieved in a kind of fugue state. I'm often astonished when I read it back, rather than dismayed, and can enjoy it. That's interesting. I usually do 2 passes on writing. I do the getting the broad ideas and like with like rough diction and like just sort of vomiting it all out onto the page, and then going back through and like rewriting everything once it's structured, and kind of like the bones of it are there and it like gets way bigger. This is very different from composing music or writing software somehow. Wild. Or writing software. Interesting. Okay, let me bring up my stream thing over here. We're gonna do a little raid. We're gonna in there. We're gonna go raid somebody. Oh, Soko's live. Up for 3:45. Let's raid Soko. I haven't raided Soko in a minute. Is she, unless she's leaving, is Soko raiding out? No, okay. It's addiction. Yeah, I'm shunning dicks all the time. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Yep, I'm big dick shamer. All right. Let's get this. I misspell Garrison like every other time I type it, which is wild because I've been typing it forever. But that's just how I am. I don't know how to read. I'm a dog. Oh, good night. Sleep well. You too, chat. Good night, Serena. Thank you for hanging out. We'll catch you on the other side. Gary's son. That's not how you do it. That's not how you spell that. All right, cool. What do we got? 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 Woo! Let's go. All right, rad. Everybody ready? Be good to Soko. Only bully Soko if you know that it will be taken in friendly jest. Or if you've been around long enough to have that goodwill, you know? Represent me well. I don't know. I'm tired. Enjoy your night. We'll catch you later. See you tomorrow, I guess. Which is a weird thing to say on a Monday. Bye.